and smiles in this unique and insightful social experiment. Channel your best entertainment with Wife Swap. Mondays at 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
S3. Kickstart your journey to success in 2025 with the Durban University of Technology. DUT offers programs in the faculties of Accounting and Informatics, Applied Sciences, Arts and Design, Engineering and the Built Environment, Health Sciences and Management Sciences, open for applications for 2025. Applications close on 30th September 2024, but dates may vary. Visit dut.ac.za for a full list of available programs and entry requirements. Apply now through the Central Applications Office by visiting cao.ac.za.
Channel Heritage Day your way on Afternoon Express on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. only on S3. As Chef Ruben Riffel braais lekker curried lamb skewers, we rock our traditional regalia, and Jules Harding of Good Luck celebrates her daughter Skylar's first Heritage Day, and it's orange malva pudding for dessert. That's Afternoon Express this Tuesday at 6 p.m. only on S3.
Eintracht Frankfurt is searching for their third win to keep a decent position in the top half. However, Borussia Mönchengladbach have a big assignment to achieve their second victory to move up the ladder. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Catch the mouth-watering clash between Eintracht Frankfurt and Borussia Mönchengladbach this Saturday, 21 September at 6:30 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC+. Also available on sabcsport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Hello, welcome to the show. Just about 3:10. I'm Jon Gericke in for Ashraf. I was just listening to Bertha now before her last interview, moaning about how cold she is. You know, Bertha, I feel nothing. You're in the Kruger Park. It's okay. It's cold. You could handle a little bit of cold because I know that you're going to go find yourself a fireplace now and have a little warming drink, whatever that might be. I know what I would be having. But yeah, how lekker was that, eh? Kruger Park, hearing about the animals and things and the experience. Anyway, we're going to do it from the studio in Johannesburg, which is just as cold. I look out to my right to my window and it's been cloudy all day. I think there's rain out there by like 4 ways where I can see sand in that kind of area. It's not nice. It's supposed to be spring. I'm on holiday from 6 o'clock today. And there we go. We'll make it the cold weekend. And if you're on the roads, please be careful. You heard about what's happened on the road down to Durban on the N3. The latest I've seen is that road is open again, but you can imagine that there's going to be massive backup on that N3 down from Redlands. So please, if you're on the roads, be careful. This weather is, why does it always happen over the holidays when people drive? I'll keep you company from now through till 6 o'clock, so turn up the wireless, keep you awake. If you're stuck in traffic, it's okay. We'll keep you up to date and bring you everything you need to know in the next 3 hours or so. Toby will be updating you on the sport. We'll get business for you after 5 o'clock or after 4 o'clock today. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to do a little bit more analysis. I know there was analysis this afternoon about Michael Lomas, who's been extradited from the UK to fight corruption and fraud charges. Worth 1.4 billion rand. We were talking about billions yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit more about this extradition process. What about the other suspects? I dislike whataboutism, but here is somebody who's been extradited from the UK, and they will now face the music here. We'll see how long that court case takes. But we'll talk to an Interpol ambassador about this case in particular, and then also about the process on how we can get others that have been implicated in corruption cases, get them into the South African justice system. There's issues in South Sudan. We've known about these issues for years. The newest is that they were supposed to be having elections in the newest country on the continent in December. That has now been pushed for another 2 years, extending the transitional period until 2027. From what we understand, we'll talk to a political researcher about this, but what we understand is the deputy president and the president were against each other for a while now, but then they agreed on this power sharing deal, but they still don't like each other. And is this just the president or the deputy president holding on to power, or what is happening? What's the political dynamics in South Sudan? How is it affecting the economy? It's supposed to be massively rich. It has oil, does South Sudan. So it could be one of the wealthiest countries on the planet. But it's not because of political infighting. We'll get an analysis into that. And then just before 4 o'clock today, we're going to talk to the EFF. They say they reject the announcement by the Reserve Bank to reduce the repo rate by 25 basis points. It's interesting that they say that. They reject it. And I think that's the headline. Let me just double check what their press release says here. EFF statement on the repo rate announcement. The EFF, it says, rejects the decision by the MPC of the South African Reserve Bank to reduce the monetary rate, the policy rate by 25 basis points to 8% per annum. That's the headline. They do go on to say that they welcome the relief for the working class and consumers, but they actually criticizing the conservatism. And then they go into the regular EFF story that the policy rate should be reduced by 50 to 100 basis points. They're calling for the nationalization of the Reserve Bank. They want to, the amendment bill issued by the EFF, this is a little while ago, it was going to be reinstated. So they want to nationalize, or they're calling for the nationalization of the Reserve Bank. We're going to find out why they call that and what's different from the current system we have of the Reserve Bank to what they want. We'll talk to Sinoa Tambo later on in the program, around about 20 to 4, and find out what is happening and what their plans are for the Reserve Bank should this bill that they've put through go forward. All of that and plenty more coming up in the next hour. Welcome to the show.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
As always, you can call 086 000 2032. Phone lines are always open. We take your calls and we will hear what you have to say. Plenty to talk about in the world. And if you want to raise them, there's the Proteas are busy playing Afghanistan at the moment. What else is making news? There's issues, tender trial happening in the Eastern Cape. Police are being called up for that. Operation Vulindlela official has quit. Springboks are playing this weekend. If you want to talk on the light note, seeing as it's Friday, maybe we'll talk about that later on. But let's now go into the Michael Lomas story. He's a British businessman. He was extradited from the UK. He's going to face charges of corruption and fraud here. He's accused of taking kickbacks on contracts between his firm, Tubular Construction, and Eskom for work in the Kusile power station worth in excess of 1.4 billion rand. Let's find out a little bit more about that. But Andy Mashaile is a retired Interpol ambassador, security and strategy expert as well. Andy, good chatting to you again. Thanks for joining us.
John, it's good to be able to put my finger on the national pulse with you.
Well done. I like it. Let's talk about the extradition process. In a process like this, how does it work?
In a process like this, when one is flagged as wanted, as suspected for committing crime, be it fraud, be many of these different forms of crime, that suspect, when he decides to make a beeline into the bush, the country that is looking for this suspect will then speak with the country. In this case, will speak to UK and say, you have a suspect that has committed crime in South Africa. This gentleman has committed a crime to the value of 745 million. Additional cost plus minus goes to 1.4 billion rand. We would like you to arrest that particular individual so that he can come stand trial here. And South African police, through Interpol South Africa or the Central National Bureau in Pretoria, they will issue out a red notice. That red notice will be served to the Central National Bureau in England or in Ireland or in that particular country that's a member country of Interpol. And upon receipt of that red notice, that other country where the suspect is hiding will now be forced by the international agreement to arrest that gentleman as it happened in 2021 and keep that gentleman in custody. He can enjoy himself applying for stopping the extradition to South Africa. At the end of those court processes, or many of those processes, that individual would now be collected by Interpol South Africa from that country where he is, and he will land at OR Tambo like it has happened this morning. and you go into our jails to be able to stand trial, whether you are sick or not. In this instance, this gentleman, Mr. Lomas, is not of good health, and there's a doctor in the team that extradited him to come here, and there was a doctor that was waiting for him at OR Tambo. We saw him in the neck brace and being wheeled in a wheelchair. So this is how the process works. He will now stand his day in court.
That red notice, how do you put a red notice together?
A red notice would indicate the nature of the crime that has been committed. It would indicate the personal identifiable information of the suspect, meaning your name, John, your ID number, the last place of staying or where you are, and so that it can then be sent over to Britain, or it can be sent over to Dubai. In this instance, to the for the arrest of the Guptas. I'm just making an example, and they would then be able to follow this gentleman because he's well known. He has a company with a listed address. I am assuming on the London Stock Exchange, who in turn be able to give South Africa the home address of that individual. Right. And the police would then be able to go there and arrest him. You
mentioned the Guptas. Why aren't they in the country then?
I am sure you and I know, my brother John, that they tried their level best, meaning South Africa, through its Central National Bureau. Went through there when Tatela Mula was still the Minister of Justice, did their level best to serve the red notice, and the court in Dubai said, no, and they will not come now. The process is flawed here and there, and South Africa is now back on the drawing board to ensure that the next time this red notice is served, there will be gnashing and tears, gnashing of teeth and tears running down the faces of the Guptas on their way to South Africa.
Is that the agreement between the two countries that makes a red notice enforceable? You did say that a red notice is forced upon the other country.
Interpol has 195 member countries. All of them cooperate on crime prevention, crime combating, where crime must be prevented, crime prevention. They will work, they will share intelligence, they will share information, they will set up teams. In the event where crime has already been committed, they would still share intelligence, they would share information, they would share a sizable number of, once again, information that would lead to the arrest of those individuals. So all the 195.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much to our first guest, Andy Mashaile, retired Interpol ambassador, security and strategy expert, explaining the extradition process to us. So there was a red notice. That Britain followed through with that red notice. They did arrest Lomas back in 2021 at the request of South African authorities. He was granted bail of £100,000, 1.7 million rand back then. He's made his way back into the country, 3 years later. Justice moves. It just moves really slowly.
Dawn breaks across the lush Serengeti plain, but paradise is fleeting as the animals face fresh challenges. Kali the lioness and Bakari the baboon may seem safe in their rock fortresses, but with rivals encroaching on all sides, their future hangs in the balance. Out on the plains, Duma the cheetah faces his destiny, and down by the river, baby hippo Mafuta strikes up an unlikely friendship with the crocodile Magamba. Channel your inner explorer with Serengeti, Season 3, Sundays at 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
And we went on a water safari, and Mom spotted a hippo, and it said,
There is a place where you can see wonder and the wild, with breathtaking scenery and endless landscapes. Enjoy good food and embrace great taste.
And the next day we went to the reed dance. I saw the maidens handing over reeds to the mighty Zulu king and the Zulu warriors chanting, Baye!
Explore all this and more in the magical Zulu kingdom.
This message is brought to you by KZN Tourism and Film Authority. Grass will suffer when Golden Lions collide with Natal Sharks. They both target the gold medal. Gauteng tackles KZN. This is the Currie Cup final. Catch the incredible battle of Mzansi's great rugby teams, Golden Lions versus Natal Sharks. The Saturday, 21 September at 3:30 p.m. live on SABC2. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
23 minutes past 3. Tumi's got your sports. South Africa playing Afghanistan. Afghanistan have lost 1 wicket already. And they are 89 for the loss of 1 in the 18th over. Let's go to South Sudan now. They continue to face numerous challenges, including a stagnant peace process and severe economic hardships. The United Nations says they're disappointed that the country has once again been granted permission to extend its transitional period until 2027 now. The extension means the elections that were initially scheduled for December this year won't happen. Let's understand what all of this means with Ibrahim Dean, an independent political commentator and research. Ibrahim, good afternoon to you. Tell us about the current dynamics. Why was this pushback?
Good afternoon. So initially, the transitional agreement was signed in 2018, came into effect in early 2020, and there was supposed to be an election in 2022, which was postponed to 2024, which now has been postponed to 2027. A big reason informing the postponement is one is the conditions on the ground are not conducive for an election objectively. There's no constitution. The constitution hasn't been formulated. The security sector reform hasn't yet been instituted. And political parties, do face a lot of constraints. There's also, a conflict in parts of South Sudan. But also a bigger part, and this is why the disappointment from all these institutions is, a big part of the delay in the electoral process is because the two main actors, Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, are not interested in an agreement because they believe that an election, for example, would dilute the powers that they already have. And so, there have been talks to try and re-establish and ensure that there's more political parties, more people sign on to the agreement. The peace agreement signed in 2018, but the belligerents or the two main actors feel that any real vote will actually weaken their powers and don't really want to transition.
Right, these two were feuding with each other previously before this agreement happened. So is this just a continuation of that?
In a way, the feud still continues, but there is an institutional component. So, Riek Machar was now then reinstituted into the power and patronage structure of the government. So he gets 28% of ministerial positions, 27% of government positions, about 27% thereof of parliamentary positions. And so they don't really vote, Kiir and Machar don't want to give up this access to wealth and patronage. There's more generals in the South Sudanese army than actually in the U.S. Armed Forces. There's no politicians, there's just military officials. Most of them not even close to Jon Gericke during the comprehensive peace agreement and the split of South Sudan. These belligerents don't seem to want to allow for new spaces, new voices, and the COVID-19 pandemic was used in 2022, and it's now the issues of the constitution, the issue of these other parties that were outside the Juba peace process want to be back in, so they're using that. And so yes, objectively, they can't be an election at the moment, but it doesn't seem as if there's any political will to actually move forward with the transition.
Besides the political will, reports of $440 million need to conduct those general elections. It's the poorest country on the continent. Can they even get through with it?
Yes, two-thirds of South Sudan's budget has actually been, stalled or as of last year because of the conflict, in its neighbor up north. Most of South Sudan's oil transits through the north. And so there's no money. There's been big floods this year. South Sudan is one of the places where they're talking about the first big permanent displacement resulting from climate change. There's conflict still in Jonglei, in Unity Strait. And so, objectively on the ground, the situation is very bad. Not as bad as during the conflict between 2013 and 2020, which left, I think, 150,000 people dead. But, for an election to happen, there does need to be this stability. The institutions need to be built up. That's not happening. However, the not building up is not because of the requirement, but because of the lack of
Ibrahim, your phone's starting to break up quite badly. So let me see if I can squeeze one more question in before we go to headlines. 90% of the income comes from that oil, the petroleum exports. They should be one of the wealthiest nations because of all of that. How is Sudan affecting their income? Because from what I read, there's a big pipeline that goes through Sudan, and that Sudan war-torn country is affecting it.
Yes, South Sudan is landlocked. And, during the past 70 years when it was, as part of Sudan, all the oil infrastructure goes through Sudan. And so that revenue is stopped because of the conflict in Sudan.
Right.
And that means that even though it has so much oil resources, it hasn't been benefiting it from that. But also, there's government corruption, which is really high. Patronage networks are really high. And that's why most people in South Sudan are as bad, if not worse off than they were in 2011 when the state split.
I ask this question every time. What about, or how are the region helping? How is Ethiopia, Uganda, Central African Republic helping this issue?
So many of the countries, Sudan, for example, had played a big role in stalling the peace negotiations earlier, backing the different sides in the conflict, and now, some South Sudanese forces actually playing a role in Sudan. The Ugandans seem to be backing the government, and actually they've actually allowed, especially during 2013 and 2018, for Kiir to stay in power. Basically, he promised, much of South Sudan's oil wealth in future oil wealth to the Ugandans for their support. The Ethiopians and the Kenyans seem to be a lot more neutral, more constructive, but there has been no real sanctions for belligerents in the conflict, and that's actually allowed them to continue carrying out, stalling the transition, but also, corruptly benefiting from the country's oil wealth.
27 is only 2 years away. Another day, another delay. Do you think they will ever be ready for an election in South Sudan?
It doesn't seem as if there's any steps being taken forward for the election to happen. If it was and it's slowed down, we could still say, okay, maybe there is, but there is no real optimism that there'll be an election during 27 unless much more force is placed on Kiir and on Macha to actually, one, include the opposition into talks, the ones that weren't part of the Juba agreement, but also to then, write up the constitution, institute the reform and actually, start a census. There has been no census since independence.
Ibrahim Din, independent political commentator and researcher. Thank you very much. You're with SAFM. Tumi has your sport in a moment. There's traffic updates if you're traveling on holiday. Let's get headlines first with Madupi.
Mr. G, and a very good afternoon. In your headlines, community forums in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats have called for calm in Beacon Valley after a co-accused in the Malusi Boy fraud case was gunned down in the area. Minister in the Presidency Kumbutso Njaveni has denied claims that the GNU will make it hard for President Cyril Ramaphosa to hold cabinet ministers accountable. And a team of astronomers from the Catania Observatory in Italy have discovered a mysterious ring of light in space using South Africa's Meerkat radio telescope located in the Northern Cape. I'll be back with all the details at 4.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, road closures and traffic restrictions around Waterkloof Air Force Base will be in place on Saturday and Sunday for the Africa Aerospace and Defence Air Show event. The N3 southbound in Alexandra has a crash before London Road. All lanes are open. In Bedfordview, the N3 northbound has a crash reported after Van Buren Road. All lanes are open there, and the N12 westbound has a crash reported after the Craft Road exit. In Pretoria, the N1 northbound has busy conditions reported at Pumulani Plaza, causing heavy delays, and the N1 southbound has a crash reported at the R21 highway. In KZN, the N2 southbound slow moving towards Spaghetti Junction, the N2 northbound in Amanzimtoti has flooding reported opposite Galleria Mall, so please proceed with caution. Chris Harney Road northbound is slow moving at Queen Nandi Drive, and the R74 has a crash reported north of Bergville. In Mpumalanga, the N4 eastbound queuing at Middelburg Plaza in Cape Town, the N2 outbound queuing towards Victoria Street, the M5 northbound slow moving through Kuburg interchange, and the N1 inbound slow moving on the elevated freeway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
I love radio because it brings people together from all over the place. Bertha was at the Kruger Park. She was cold. I'm in Johannesburg. I'm cold. Tumi, are you warm or are you cold?
I'm getting there. I think slowly but surely we're going to be cold here because it seems like there's clouds everywhere.
Good. So I don't feel bad. Everybody can be cold together. That's okay. What's happening in the sport?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, John, and our listeners. Let's start things off with motorsport. Max Verstappen has been ordered to do community service after swearing during a recent press conference. Speaking during a press conference ahead of this weekend's race in Singapore, Verstappen described his car as messed up, using the F word from set-up changes during the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, and after investigations, they feel like he needs to be punished for using bad language. Meanwhile, Lewis Hamilton has criticized FIA President Mohammed Ben for suggesting that Formula One drivers sound like rappers when using swear words over team radio. Then Charles Leclerc set the pace in practice one of the Singapore Grand Prix ahead of Lando Norris and Ferrari teammate Carlos Sainz. Then moving on to cricket, South Africa's women's side beat Pakistan women by 8 wickets in the third and final T20 to clinch a 2-1 series win. Needing 154 to win, Anneke Bosch retired hurt on 46, while skipper Laura Forvard added 45 to guide the visitors to victory in Moulton. Then they were obviously using this as preparations for the T20 World Cup. And in terms of South Africa, they are in Group B and they will face the likes of West Indies on the 4th of October, England on the 7th, Scotland on the 9th, and Bangladesh on the 12th of October. Still staying with the cricket, Afghanistan won the toss and elected to bat first against the Proteas men's side. And the last time I checked, Afghanistan was sitting on 104 for 1 after 20 overs. We'll keep you up to date with that one. Then in Olympic news, around a third of Olympic athletes were drug tested during the Paris Games this year, with only 5 positive tests. Now, that is 1 fewer than the Tokyo Games in 2021, although those tested represented a 4% increase in the previous games and 10% higher than Rio in 2016. According to ITA, they said that it was the highest portion of athletes ever tested, which followed intensive screening during 2024, which meant 90% of the competitors were analyzed as at least once before the games. In football, the South African Football Association is upping its ante on the regulation of football agents in South Africa, and this will be including publicizing the names of the 30 agents who were permitted to do business in the country. This was confirmed this week by SAFA Chief Operations Officer Advocate Tebogo Motlanthe during an exclusive interview with SABC Sport. Now, the new FIFA agent system started at the beginning of last year, and to date, SAFA has had 3 exams. Motlanthe also reveals that the clubs have already stated that they will only do business with recognized agents.
In terms of FIFA regulation, that's exactly that. And already, if you interact with agents, they will tell you, clubs have already informed them that if you don't pass, remember, clubs have a way of paying. Others are paying you once off when you bring a player. Others are paying in a scattered way. And those who are paying in a scattered way, they already told agents that next time you come without a license, we will not continue with you. So these are the people who can do business. And the list, one must just put it that after the good work done by Mr. Khoza, the list was also taken to the PSL. They have the list. So whoever will do business with someone will not come in and complain because they have the list of who are the recognized agents as things stand.
Well, then ending things off with tennis. World number one Iga Swiatek has pulled out of the China Open for personal reasons. Swiatek withdrew from the Canadian Open and Korea Open, citing fatigue, having won the French Open title in June and a bronze medal at the Paris 2024 Olympics before losing to American Jessica Pegula in the US Open quarterfinals. On that note, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Africa Chipembe. As trees and flowers blossom, the nation gets brighter and excited for sporting action. Tune in to SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. SABC Sport celebrates the nation's diverse culture and heritage. Happy Heritage Month. Proudly brought to you by
Channel Heritage Day your way on Afternoon Express on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. only on S3. As Chef Ruben Riffel Bryce Lekker carried lamb skewers, we rock our traditional regalia, and Jules Harding of Good Luck celebrates her daughter Skylar's first Heritage Day, and it's orange malva pudding for dessert. That's Afternoon Express this Tuesday at 6 p.m. only on S3.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
Ziwa non-stop in the Betway Premiership. Abafana Westende have a huge task to secure 3 points, while Batabani Bantwa are ready to fight with all they have to grab an important win. This is Iporana Semzansi. Catch the nail-biting contest between Golden Arrows and Marumo Gallants this Saturday, 21 September at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
Let's take some of those opinions on voice notes, 0614 104 107. Obviously, the phone lines are open as well. We've got time to take those calls later. But first, let's take voice notes. That number again, 0614 104 107.
Good afternoon, John. John, these fugitives that live in these countries obviously have brought vast sums of money with them into these countries. If you take, for example, the United Breweries chief, a guy by the name of Malia, he had taken about 18 billion rands into the UK, and for that reason they have been protecting him for the last 5 years or so. So it's possible that Mr. Lomas had not taken enough into the country and he was no value to the UK, so they handed him over. As for the Guptas, I need to see the light of day if they're ever going to come back because of the monies they've invested there. So I think it's more on that basis that they do not be given up.
John, about the Guptas, my belief is that there is too many within the ANC that has a hand in looting this country. So almost the whole of the ANC will have to go. So if the Guptas come and then they are not prepared to get the Guptas here. So obviously, when they fold in those documents, they fold it in half-heartedly. That is why the Guptas has still not been extradited, because our government doesn't want the Guptas back. There's too many involved within the ANC. Teresa, Cape Town.
Good afternoon, John. This is Makwarashiazo from Peando. John, I think we should commend the British government for what they have done, for making sure that this fugitive Michael Lomas is extradited back to South Africa to face the full might of the law for his corruption. That is what we should commend for having to cooperate with South Africa. The British government has done so well, But the other problem is that what about the other fugitives like the Guptas who are now in Dubai, they're in UAE? What is so difficult for South African government to find a common ground with the UAE so that those Guptas must be extradited as well back in South Africa to face the full might of the law?
We'll take more voice notes later on. You can send them now, 0614 104 107, or you can give us a call. We'll take calls later, 086 000 2032. We're talking Reserve Bank in a second.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
Sure. The EFF says it rejects yesterday's announcement by the South African Reserve Bank to reduce the repo rate by 25 basis points. The party is of the view that the rate reduction falls short of what's required to meaningfully address the underlying issues plaguing the South African economy. Sinawo Tambo is an EFF MP. He joins us now to explain a little further. Sinawo, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Why do you reject the announcement?
Look, we think, afternoon to you and to your listeners, we think that it could have been reduced to a much lower rate, particularly 7.5%, and the cut should have been by 50 or to at least 100 basis points, because the inflation in South Africa is causing the people of South Africa to live in a very high debt-ridden environment where we are repaying our loans, our home loans and our car loans at a much higher rate. And this has been a misguided policy by the Monetary Policy Committee of the South African Reserve Bank, where they've increased inflation under the pretense that there's a high demand and the need for it, but actually it wasn't to the benefit of the financial sector. And we know that South Africa right now, the economy needs a massive cash injection. It needs to industrialize, it needs to create jobs, and the industries that are critical to the economy, such as agriculture and mining and manufacturing, are not growing. So there's a necessary need to cut the basis points by a much higher rate in order to alleviate the economic challenges confronting our people. And so that's the basis of our rejection. It's a welcome relief, but it's a relief that could have been done at a much faster, higher rate and much sooner as well.
Wouldn't more spending lead to more inflation because suddenly people have money and people can raise and companies can raise prices?
Not necessarily, because the purchasing power in South Africa is extremely low. So our people do not have jobs first and foremost. So there's no more spending that is going to occur. And I think we said in our statement as well that the two-pot system is a reflection of the fact that our people don't have any spending power in South Africa. So more spending necessarily is not going to result in a higher inflation in our view. We need to cut the we need to cut the repo rate rather at a much higher level, and that's a basis for rejection and concerns, because there's no spending power that South Africans have, and we need to create jobs. We need to cut the repo rate, and of course we also need to ensure that there's much more cash injections in South Africa's economy to ensure that not the financial sector is one that benefits, and which that's the sector that has been benefiting from high inflation rate rather than the people.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, that people should be paying off debts as opposed to, they won't be spending money, they'll just be paying off debt. One of the things you say in the statement is you need public sector investment in crucial infrastructure. Do you not feel enough is being done there?
Absolutely not. And one of the challenges that are confronting that is that a lot of the prescribed pension fund assets that are being held by the PIC are not being directed to infrastructure development. And that's a challenge that has been plaguing South Africa, that the PIC is not utilizing its assets to invest in infrastructure-centered development. So our proposals that we're going to be making as we explore how better pension fund savings within the PIC itself should be made is that even municipal pension funds should be handled by the PIC instead of these independent sort of pension fund administrators. They're already under scrutiny now, not managing them correctly. And those municipal pension funds as well must be used, if they're managed by the PIC, to invest in municipal development and infrastructure to confront challenges such as housing and the lack of water and electricity.
Are you willing to put your retirement into the government's hands just with all the money that we've seen lost? Are you willing to risk it as a PIC somebody who has a pension fund in the PIC?
Look, I am. There has to be a level of faith that we place in the state. Of course, we have a history of a state in South Africa that has been massively corrupt, but the fact that my pension is in private hands today doesn't make it any safer. I mean, the pensions of workers in the private security sector and the municipal employment sector as well have been in the hands of private fund administrators, and right now we're sitting with a report from the Financial Sector Conduct Authority and 7 billion of that money can't be found. Workers are trying to interact with the 2.15, they're trying to withdraw their money, and they're being told this is not an EFF report, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority report, it's a pension fund adjudicated report. They're saying the money is not there. And the millions of workers are confronted by that. And those pensions were managed by private administrators. So there's no better avenue in terms of the private sector managing pension funds as well, because the private sector is as corrupt as the public sector. And in fact, in our view, the EFF have always argued that the two are mutually beneficial in terms of corruption. The one sector aids the corruption of the other in a mutually beneficial way for each other. So I'd be willing to do it as long as we are able to make targeted infrastructural development projects. It's something that we should explore.
Does it not make sense in our Tambo that the monetary policy is always a little conservative? Rather err on the side of caution than just throwing things open and maybe cutting it too much, and then we suffer.
No, I think it's a bit misguided as well. And I think we're benchmarking from nations that don't have the same developmental problems as we do. So the South African Reserve Bank's monetary policy is constantly guided by what it views as global trends, but those global trends are not necessarily global. They're applicable in Western nations. So the trends that the South African Reserve Bank follow are not applicable in the domestic environment in South Africa. And that's what we also said in our statement, that they're following global shifts of Western nations, which are also beginning to cut interest rates, but they're doing it at a pace that is not applicable and appropriate for the South African domestic environment and economic conditions. So we need to develop our own economic monetary policy that's going to be based on our existing situation and not think that whatever works for the West is best and will work for South Africa as well.
The reports, and I want confirmation from you, the reports that the EFF are going to bring back nationalization of the Reserve Bank into Parliament again, is that correct?
Absolutely. It was last week, if I'm not mistaken, that Standing Committee on Finance was being briefed on the impact assessment of the nationalization of the Reserve Bank and having discussions around, of course, compensation, because that's still a statute that exists in the South African Constitution of those private shareholders in the Reserve Bank as well. So the systems are all going. The bill has been revised. The Standing Committee of Finance has agreed to it as well. So it's part and parcel of what we're going to pursue in the present administration of the EFF.
You got buy-in from the MK on this, do you?
Well, we'd like to hope so, if they've got any appreciation of the necessity of the importance of the Reserve Bank and monetary policy being controlled by South African government.
Again, all right, I'm glad you said that.
In that regard as well.
Again, with the history of the South African government, are you willing to risk that and have the government running the Reserve Bank?
Look, they'll have to be carefully monitored and held to account, as the EFF has been doing in all spheres of government.
It already is.
South African society.
90% of the shares are owned by the government.
Yes, but the control of the policy, the monetary policy itself, is not directed by the government of the day, because the government of the day, of course, is influenced, as we've always argued, by Western and neoliberal interests.
How?
The first challenge... No, as I've mentioned earlier in this interview.
Oh, just the way that they look at the world.
Yes, the way they look at the economic conditions in South Africa.
So you want government influence on the monetary policy?
Absolutely, and government influence will include us, hopefully in the near future. But of course, we're going to continue to ensure that monetary policy will be guided by progressive and domestic conditions that are necessary to change the lives of our people.
Sinawa Tambo is an EFF MP, and you heard it from them. They rejected that announcement. They would rather have a higher reduction in the repo rate. What do you make of that? Give us a call. 086 000 2032.
The following advert is directed at HR and finance executives.
Hi there.
Hi.
Your talk on employee benefits earlier was very insightful.
Oh, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out who I should connect with on how best to structure our company's employee benefits. Any suggestions?
Well, I trust Old Mutual Corporate Consultants. They offer expert advice on optimal investment strategies, retirement fund management, employee benefits design, and much more. This means you'll get the best advice on your employee's future. Visit oldmutual.co.za/employee benefits and go from questions to solutions with Old Mutual Corporate. Old Mutual Corporate Consultants is a division of Fairburn Consult FSP 9328, a licensed FSP and member of the Old Mutual Group. T's and C's apply.
This September, S3 brings you thought-provoking nature dockies that will change the way in which you view the world. Temperature Rising tells the story of three activists as they grapple with what thinking globally and acting locally means as they fight the barriers to climate action. Airs Sunday the 8th of September. Channel your inner activist with our selection of premium dockies Sundays at 5 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
TUT Matatanta ladies are focused on full points as they chase a suitable position in the top half. But UWC want to triumph and pressurize lot leaders. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Catch Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. TUT Matatanta Ladies FC versus UWC Ladies FC on Saturday 21 September at 8:30 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hey, you know, Ndwana, if I could, I'd fly to Dubai.
Here we go again.
First class, Exeni. Ngithi shwe. Get myself a V12 Beast and a mansion with Instagram-worthy views.
You don't even have Instagram.
Imagine seeing the city skyline from my bedroom, watching MasterChef SA while I have my very own MasterChef in my kitchen. Forget the queues at the cinema. I'd have one in my crib, Joe. I'm talking 7.1 surround sound and a 120-inch 8K TV whilst I'm sipping on some grapes. I'm talking luxury, Ntwana. What do you know about that? Let me school you, bro. Tune into Dubai, Buying the Dream. Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. on S3. And channel your inner luxury. Only on S3. Open up.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Jon Gericke, we're going to hear from him later on. It's 5 to 4 now. The producers have given me a question to ask. I'll tell you about it in a second. This week, Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation revealed that the country's water situation is worsening, stating that South Africa is just months away from a devastating water crisis. The producers have written here, should we be worried about what informs this warning? Let's find out. I think it's not should we, but just how worried should we be? Professor Mike Miller is a water expert, visiting professor at the School of Governance at Wits. Prof, thank you very much. Just how worried should we be?
Okay, good afternoon to you, John, and to your listeners. Firstly, I think that statement is silly and it's nonsense. I don't think we're months away from a crisis, and the water problems are different all over the country. However, there are problems, and we know about them. In fact, we've been talking about them for years. 5 years ago, we said that we don't get the Lesotho Highland Water Program Phase 2 finished soon. We're going to be running a bit short of water in Gauteng. And funnily enough, 5 years later, we're running a bit short of water in Gauteng. But, you know, if you're in the Free State, the Water Board is running out of money. They're going to have to close the doors, they say, which is not going to be very good for a whole lot of towns and Mangaung in Free State. So there's different problems in different places, and people need to take them seriously, but it's not helpful to talk about the countries in the water crisis because there's a lot of different problems, and we need to look at them and take a deep breath and say, what are we going to do about it?
The one issue is how much money is owed. Municipalities owed 22.36 billion rand to water boards in June this year. That's staggering amount of money, and we always moan about infrastructure and systems that aren't working. Is that why?
Look, that certainly doesn't help. If you haven't got the money to improve the infrastructure and to keep it working properly by maintaining it, then you're going to get into difficulty. But what's the root cause of that? Quite often, and I'm afraid to say we need to turn a spotlight on the politicians, we know that people like to have new water projects built. But when it comes to turning around and saying to people, look, we're pleased you've got water, but if you're going to use more than a certain amount, this is how much you're going to have to pay for it. And if you don't pay for it, we're going to come after you. Now, that's the bit that the politicians prefer to leave to somebody else. And I really do think we need to call the politicians out for not doing their job and explaining everybody's responsibility. But having said that, if you come to Joburg, where everyone is getting very upset because there have been water cuts, they say, we're not going to stop using water. What's the problem? It's the municipality allows all that water to leak in the streets. Well, the municipality doesn't allow too much water to leak in the streets, but equally, a lot of people use too much water, and quite a few of them don't pay for it, which means they use even more of that water. So I do think in every place, we've got to work out what's the problem, and then we have to do something about it. So, certainly in Gauteng, if I can just complete, I hear people worrying about, the Vaal Dam is running down.
Yeah.
Well, nonsense. The Vaal system is about 75% full, which at the end of winter is where we'd expect it to be. But the Vaal Dam is let to run down faster because when it gets warm, it evaporates quickly. So, we use that first, and then the other water in the higher, cooler dams we use later in the season. And it's those kind of things we really do need to explain to people.
Okay, so, because that was my next thing. The Vaal River system, 43%, was at 83% last year. Are we not too worried about that because of what can feed it?
Exactly.
Okay.
In fact, if we don't let it run down, essentially we're throwing water away in the hot weather.
Okay.
And the Vaal Dam isn't the Vaal system. The Vaal system is 14 dams, of which the Vaal is just one. You see, we need to understand those details, and then I think people can take a deep breath and say, so what should we worry about?
So, Prof, the important thing, I'm just thinking how this can equate to when load shedding started. Eskom did this whole campaign to make sure that we put in LED light bulbs and we switched our geysers off and we made sure we were using as little electricity as possible. We need that with water now.
I think we do certainly need to be much more careful with the way we use our water, and that's on two sides. Firstly, you and I, what we do in the morning, and how often we flush the toilets, and whether we let the tap run when we're brushing our teeth, those things actually do matter. But secondly, we do need to worry about a municipality that leaves a leak in the street so long that in the end we've got a pothole in a river instead of a street, because that is also making things difficult. And I think it comes both down to the municipality doing its job better and properly, but also to you and me not wasting water. And by the way, Joburg's been under water restrictions for the last year, but if you walk around and look at how many people are watering in the middle of the day, nobody is taking the slightest bit of notice. Well, they mustn't complain when, we come to this point and people are saying, we're going to have to enforce water restrictions because we actually really do need to be careful.
Yeah, I also just discovered the history of grass and why we have big grass yards. And it's not something Africa, especially South Africa, necessarily needs. We could have rock gardens. It would be much less water.
That would be a nice idea. And, one of the things that has been happening in Johannesburg and the other cities is that we're getting our cities denser and denser, so there's actually less spot space for grass. Well, that's good because we're using the space more efficiently, but what's happened is that the municipalities haven't expanded the infrastructure, so you've got twice as many people and the same amount of pipes, and guess what? There's a bit of a shortage of water in those areas. So, we're doing the right thing by densifying the cities, but we've got to keep up with the infrastructure. And as I say, that's the kind of thing the politicians would rather not talk about it because they'd like to spend the money on something else. So we do need to think hard about what our problems are and who should do what, when. And we won't have to have this kind of conversation at the beginning of summer.
All right, I'm breathing a little easier. Professor Mike Miller, thank you very much. Water expert and visiting professor at the School of Governance at Wits. It starts with us. It's 4:01.
Top stories this hour. Calls for calm in Beacon Valley Mitchell's Plain, and the GNU won't compromise the president's powers. A very good afternoon. Community forums in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats have called for calm in Beacon Valley after a co-accused in the Malusi boy fraud case was gunned down in the area. 42-year-old Abdul Kader Davids was shot days after being released from custody. He was one of 9 others facing various charges, including fraud and money laundering. CPF chairperson Norman Yankees says gang violence continues to plague the Beacon Valley area.
We know that there's been ongoing violence in this particular area between 2 groupings, of which he is one. And then the other theory is people believe he could have been a potential witness or maybe said certain things, and that can also discourage people from coming forward with information.
Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni has denied claims that the GNU will make it hard for President Cyril Ramaphosa to hold cabinet ministers accountable. She was addressing the media on the outcomes of this week's cabinet meeting. Ntshavheni says they are not worried about the president exercising his powers as he's protected by the Constitution. This comes after the Basic Education Minister failed to attend the signing of the Bella Bill into law last week. During a roundtable discussion with the media afterwards, the president said he was not offended by the minister's actions. Ntshavheni says in the current form of government, there are not ministers from different parties, but ministers of the state.
We have clarified it in cabinet. There are no DA ministers. There's only Minister of the State. We all are appointed and account to the President of the Republic. We serve at his pleasure. He can invite us or disinvite us into his cabinet. That is very clear. I would not want to deal with whether the minister would have explained herself to the President. But we are not worried about the powers of the President. The powers of the President are enshrined in the Constitution.
The Senzo Meyiwa trial has adjourned until the 7th of next month at the High Court in Pretoria. 5 men are on trial for the 2014 murder of the Bafana Bafana captain. Ballistics analyst Malisela Ntini, who confirmed the findings by another ballistics expert, Chris Mangena, is expected back on the stand when the trial resumes. During cross-examination, Defense Counsel Sipho Ramosepeli criticized Ntini for not documenting his microscopic findings on the ballistics evidence.
Without notes, recorders, worksheets, without charts, we don't know the marks that you saw because but without those notes, all we have is what you say now. They understand there's nothing else. Correct?
An opinion. We did not write. We don't write when we are giving an opinion.
In fact, you said an opinion is an informal process. So your testimony here is also an informal process.
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Police in Cape Town are seeking the assistance of the public to trace the person who allegedly dumped a 1-day-old baby at the premises of Tygerberg Hospital. Police say the baby boy was found wrapped in a blanket. Spokesperson Joseph Swartboy says the suspect will face a charge of child abandonment.
On Friday, the 29th of August 2024, an unidentified woman dressed in a black tracksuit pants, black hooded jacket with green slippers and a red shirt was seen leaving Tygerberg Hospital with a baby wrapped in a white and blue blanket. It is alleged that she approached the entrance number 6 at around 25 to 6 in the afternoon, where she abandoned the 1-day-old baby boy wrapped in blankets. The baby is now a patient at the mentioned medical facility.
And a team of astronomers from the Catania Observatory in Italy have discovered a mysterious ring of light in space using South Africa's Meerkat radio telescope located in the Northern Cape. Scientists say the mysterious ring of light, nicknamed Kyklos, represents a significant breakthrough in cosmic exploration. Kyklos is tens of thousands of light years away from Earth. Astronomer Professor Neeraj Gupta.
Has been seen with Meerkat telescope is like a ring, but the way we want to see it is actually it's a bubble in 3 dimensions, the way we are used to see it in daily life. The big question then is that what is causing this bubble? What is blowing out this bubble? And there are a lot of possible answers. There could be a star at its late stages at the center, or it could be a galaxy far away or a black hole as well. So this discovery raises several important questions that what can blow out these huge bubbles like object in our galaxy or maybe in the external galaxies.
The top story at 4 o'clock, community forums in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats have called for calm in Beacon Valley after a co-accused in the Malusi Boy fraud case was gunned down in that area. For SAFM News,
and in your sports this hour, Nohamba back at 10 for Lions for final and Springboks set for Argentina. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 southbound in Soweto has a crash reported near the N17 Soweto exit. The M1 southbound is slow moving through Crown Interchange towards Boysons. Main Reef Road in Amalgam is slow moving near Dorado Avenue. In Midrand, the N1 northbound slow moving towards Samrand Road, and the N1 southbound has a crash reported at Buccleuch Interchange. All lanes are open. In Pretoria, the N1 northbound queuing towards Rigel Avenue, and Eskempasleli Drive northbound has delays towards Moot Street. In KZN, the N2 has busy conditions reported at Tonga Toll Plaza, so expect delays. The N2 southbound is slow moving towards Spaghetti Junction. The N2 northbound in Amanzimtoti has flooding reported opposite Galleria Mall, so please proceed with caution. Chris Hani Road northbound slow moving at Queen Nandi Drive, and the R74 has a crash reported north of Bergville. In Mpumalanga on the N4 eastbound, that's queuing at Middelburg Plaza. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound queuing towards Okavango Road. The N2 outbound is queuing at Grabo. The N7 northbound has a crash reported at Platkloof Road, and Strand Street outbound slow moving towards High Level Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.7 FM in Cape Town.
Weeknights on S3 are anything but ordinary. BBC Primetime brings you the best of British television from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. You love drama? Then step into the world of Luther as he cracks down on criminals terrorizing the streets of London Monday to Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Top Gear will have you falling in love and rolling in laughter as Jeremy Clarkson and his team take you on an automotive journey like no other, Monday to Wednesdays at 10 p.m. Channel your best entertainment with BBC Primetime, only on S3. Open up.
S3. Banyana Style believe the only way to maintain their lifestyle in the summit is to grab an important win. However, JVW ladies have calculated the power of 3 vital points and refuse to settle for less. This is the Hollywood Men's Super League. Catch Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. Mamelodi Sundowns Ladies FC versus JVW Ladies FC on Saturday 21 September at 11 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Kickstart your journey to success in 2025 with the Durban University of Technology. DUT offers programs in the faculties of Accounting and Informatics, Applied Sciences, Arts and Design, Engineering and the Built Environment, Health Sciences and Management Sciences, open for applications for 2025. Applications close on 30th September 2024, but dates may vary. Visit dut.ac.za for a full list of available programs and entry requirements. Apply now through the Central Applications Office by visiting cao.ac.za.
Channel Heritage Day your way on Afternoon Express on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. only on S3. As Chef Ruben Riffel braais lekker curried lamb skewers, we rock our traditional regalia, and Jules Harding of Good Luck celebrates her daughter Skylar's first Heritage Day, and it's orange malva pudding for dessert. That's Afternoon Express this Tuesday at 6 p.m. only on S3.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
It's 11 minutes past 6. I'm Jon Gericke in for Ashraf. You're going to hear from Ashraf in, 10 minutes or so from now. We're going to catch up with him. He's out in Montreal in Canada for the One Young World Summit, the annual One Young World Summit. We're going to find out about today's sessions there, also what's coming up tonight. And then he's hosting a BRICS session, followed by an African leadership session. Say that after a couple of Friday nights, and we'll find out what he's doing there. Now, though, let's talk about NSFAS. Applications officially open today, or we will speak to Ishmael Nisi in a moment. He's the NSFAS spokesperson, and we will find out if everything's going according to plan. The Minister of Higher Education briefed the media earlier on today about the opening of the NSFAS applications for 2025. So if you are hoping to study, you want to apply to get funding, things have opened up today. There's also going to be a host of activations across the country, all the way out to Maritzburg, Soweto, Komatipoort, Queenstown, Khayelitsha, Bethlehem, Marble Hall. So you name it, they're going to be out there. But let's find out more how the things went today. Ishmael Nisi is NSFAS spokesperson. Ishmael, good evening to you. Is the website holding up, first of all?
Hello.
Hi there, Ishmael. Is the website holding up with all the applications?
Yeah, no problem. Who will I be speaking to?
It's John. You're live on the radio at the moment.
Oh, John.
Yes.
Good afternoon, John.
And to you. Is the website looking good? It hasn't crashed on us yet, has it?
John, it's not going to crash. This time around, we have improved our systems. They are working even in the remotest area of our country.
Mm-hmm.
The systems are giving us positive results. However, to make sure that we have this presence of NSFAS and we allow learners from rural areas and townships to apply, we are rolling out an outreach program that we have actually started today when the minister was opening the applications in all the provinces. We were in the most deepest rural places around, and we are continuing from tomorrow up until the 15th of December to have our presence in various provinces.
You say the system's gone through some changes and enhancements, so help us out. How are things different this time around?
Well, firstly, our application is in two forms. Is the first part where learners will be expected to put in their personal information, and the second part of the application, it is the actual form where we're asking them questions of what they are applying for, a bursary, for a loan, and the submission is very, very easy and seamless this time around. And where we will need documentation to be attached, we will send a message to the applicant that we need this kind of documents and how they must upload those documents in the system. So we have, fine-tuned our processes to be in that order. And what is also good this time around is the turnaround time for the applicants. SASSA applicants, we are immediately going to give them feedback if whether they qualify or not. Hopefully, their financial eligibility would not be questioned because they are already receiving grants. And the non-SASSA applicants, those are the ones that we will go back to them. But our turnaround time this time is that as soon as an application is done, within 30 days, we should have communicated to the students whether they are successful or not, or whether we need additional information on their part.
Do you put a limit on how many students will get NSFAS grants, or is it based on a variety of factors like the cost of the courses and things?
We don't put any limits. However, we have observed in the previous years that the numbers of applicants have gone up. This year, for example, we are funding about 1.2 million students, and we envisage that it will increase next year, and particularly because we even have a loan that we are offering this time around. So that we leave it up to the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Minister of Higher Education and the Minister of Finance to determine how many students will fund, because everything revolves around the availability of money.
Right. I'm imagining a matriculant listening to this now and going, well, I've just finished my prelims. I'm only going to start writing my exams. Do they apply now already for something that they want to do? They don't know if they're getting into varsity or not.
No, students can apply. Those that will be writing matric this year, they can give us their preliminary results from their tests, which for now will use that as a holding results. However, what is important for them is to give is the financial eligibility more than the academic one.
Right.
So we then take the academic results as and when we receive them, beginning of January or end of December, as and when the results will be released for matriculations. However, because we are opening applications for the grade 9, 10, and 11 as well, who are geared to TVET colleges, those they can give us as well their preliminary results, and then they'll give us the final results. So this is the nice thing about what we are doing, John, is the fact that we even go to that extent of saying whether you are a grade 9, 10, or 11, or 12, you qualify for NSFAS. However, the institutions that you are going to attend is dependent on the standard that you are at the moment.
Joel, you were talking about proving financial eligibility. How do you prove a negative? How do you prove that you don't have the money?
First point of contact that will be with SARS on our part.
Okay.
Firstly, we go to SARS and ask them if we say Ishmael's parents, if in your application as Ishmael you are saying you don't, your parents are not working, SARS confirms if whether is it true or not. And then if they are working and if they earn less than 350,000 per annum, SARS gives us that data, and then on the basis of that data, we qualify you as a student, meaning we grant you the bursary. And should you not qualify for the bursary, if your parents are earning between 350 to 600,000, we automatically put you for a loan application. So that's how we qualify the issues of financial eligibility. But as I've said, with SARS, it's a different case because we know that we already are dependent on government for support.
Okay, let's talk about these road shows. So, as you say, you're going to the students and helping them out. They might not have internet access for whatever reason. Talk about those and how people can get involved.
Well, at the moment, we are rolling out the programs tomorrow. We are in partnership with an NYDA and our CITAS as a department. If there are entities that want to partner with us, be NGOs and so on and so forth, we would engage them so that we can go wherever they want us to be. So they can contact me via my email, which is ishmaelm@nsfas.org.za, ishmaelm@nsfas.org.za. We will then communicate to them and find ways that we can collaborate.
Just quickly, Ishmael, we got a tweet from Picture Perfect. He says, can you deal with the issue that exists for returning students? They've completed the diploma, now pursuing a degree, but they've lost their funding as is deemed a second qualification.
Well, NSFAS funds for a first degree. Now, if you've got a student who already was funded by NSFAS and they have their first degree, we would not be funding that person going forward. But for those that were funded and they did not complete their qualification, and in terms of our N+ rule, they still qualify, we will consider giving them that bursary, provided they have passed their previous years of study.
All right, Ishmael, if you don't mind just holding on, I've got one more question that somebody has just sent in. So I want to just ask you a question about age restrictions. We need to take an ad break. We'll get that answer in a sec.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. The top 6 contestants tackle a classic bake that's enjoyed all over the world, the humble pie. After learning the art of making pastry from scratch, they each prepare their own family-style pie filled with their favorite flavors. That's the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7, repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
The wait is finally over, and we can safely say that Tropica Island of Treasure is back to serve you some really great entertainment. Tune into S3 from the 28th of September to cheer on the 7 teams who will be vying to win a shared prize of 1 million rand, a brand new car each, and become the champions of Tropica Island of Treasure Season 11. Fancy 50,000 bucks? Predict the champions of Tropica Island of Treasure, and you might be sipping that cold, refreshing Tropica all the way to the bank. Follow at MyTropica and at SABC3 for more information. Channel your inner champion with Tropica Island of Treasure. Starts Saturday the 28th of September at 6:30 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Grass will suffer when Golden Lions collide with Natal Sharks. They both target the gold medal. Gauteng tackles KZN. This is the Currie Cup final. Catch the incredible battle of Mzansi's great rugby teams, Golden Lions versus Natal Sharks. The Saturday 21 September at 3:30 p.m. live on SABC2. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
Let's just finish up my chat with Ishmael Nisi. He's the NSFAS spokesperson. I'll give out his email address at the end as well. Ishmael, thanks for holding on. Dumiso in Newcastle wants to know if there's an age restriction for applicants. Can somebody of the ripe old age who wants to study apply?
Definitely, John, we don't have age restriction for applying for NSFAS. Our only criteria is financial eligibility and your academic progress. No age restrictions whatsoever. And of course, the only other issue is you need to be applying to study in a public institution.
All right, simple as that. All right, good luck to you, Miso, if you're planning on studying. Ishmael Nisi, thank you very much, NSFAS spokesperson. His email address, as you said, if you want to address him on an issue, is ISHAMAEL, Ishmael, ISHAMAELM, so Ishmael M at nesfas.org.za. One more time, Ishmael M at nesfas.org.za.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Tumi's going to give you sport in a bit. Let me update you on the cricket, though. Afghanistan batting first against the Proteas, 177 for 1. Make that 178 for 1. Garbaz is 1 away from his century. Rahmat is there on 36. 177 for 1 in the 32nd over, one-day international. That's happening against the Proteas. More runs than we got last time. Let's go to some voice notes. 0614 104 107. Sure, where do we start? Let's go to this one.
Good afternoon, John. Well, firstly, the EFF knows absolutely nothing, nada about economics. To cut interest rates like the way they are talking about would lead to the South African rand losing its value, like what happened in Argentina with the peso, like what happened in Venezuela, like what happened in Zimbabwe. The EFF is a disaster, and their economic policies will impoverish this country. The EFF needs to go and learn that South Africa is the only country on the African continent that has successfully implemented inflation targeting as a monetary policy. The only revision the Reserve Bank must make is its high inflation target of 4.5% and bring it down. Thanks, Lionel Woodbank.
25 minutes past 4 o'clock. Let's go to Montreal. Yesterday I spoke with Ashraf Garda, the presenter of the show, about the annual One Young World Summit taking place in Montreal. Let's catch up with him, see what he's up to today. First of all, how was yesterday, Ashraf?
Yeah, hi, John. Well, it was quite fascinating and as expected, very, very busy, very hectic. And I say busy and hectic insofar as for someone like myself, balancing out between moderating one or two sessions, but also taking in so many other of the plenary sessions that you don't want to miss. And then beyond that, meeting South Africans and meeting delegates from around the world. So it's, hodgepodge of different people, and you realize that we've got 2-3 days to make these connections, and they come and then they disappear. So it is in that context that it's as expected, incredibly busy, but at the same time, highly, highly energized.
A session hosted by our very own Dr. David Suzuki.
No, in fact, I hosted it.
You hosted, okay.
And our very own David Suzuki is Canadian. Now he's renowned as a person who champions the issues of the environment and the fact that the world is effectively dying because there's absolute neglect. But he's an authority in this space. And I had the privilege of chatting with him in a session for about 30 minutes. Really fascinating conversation he had. And he made one point amongst many others, right? Which is that what they talk about the First Nation communities, people who truly understand nature, those are the ones that businesses and governments and the economies of the world need to go to seek solutions to try and save a dying planet on the one hand. He also made the point that the interconnectedness of humanity and nature and all other systems are there so far as that people understand they need to be part of an ecosystem and not an ecosystem. That currently a lot of what is being driven is driven by an ecosystem of countries putting their absolute narrow priorities first, in the case of to heck with the rest, and that is usually problematic. So anyway, that was a really, really good conversation. Before that, there was another panel session that I was not on it, but I certainly watched it. And they talk about, again, issues of nature and conserving, human life and animal life, and specifically with animals. So you've had Jane Goodall, who was there, and she's another authority in that space. And we had Cher, who's the singer, who spoke about them being able to rehabilitate elephants in particular from trouble-torn regions of the world and bringing them to South Africa, by the way. So that was quite fascinating in terms of that conversation. But there's also been many others around young people, around innovation and entrepreneurship, things that, we all know too well in our country. And I'll say one other thing. There's about 30 plus people from South Africa here. I'm talking of delegates, unlike myself, right? And each one of them, I understand, they're on a mission, a life-changing mission, because they will be so connected to a global world and plugged into that global world that they will be the beneficiaries. And certainly, and I often say this, when you win, South Africa wins. So South Africa will be the beneficiary for that as well.
And then tomorrow you're hosting a BRIC session. Tell us about that.
Yes, so, tomorrow morning, and I say, the session is marked for 10 to 8, and it's supposed to start at 10 to 8, and I expect it to start at 10 to 8, right? I hosted the BRIC Summit in South Africa a year ago. So this is what is effectively a junior BRICS or building BRICS. So we have 5 people representing the 5 original BRICS members, and younger people. And they'll talk about the relevance of BRICS to younger people and how it can be taken forward. So that will be coming first up. Then later on, I'll be hosting a mentorship session for Africans. So about 10 people from the African continent. And that's more of a closed session because, some of them are open to the public. The first one will be a full plenary of about 2,000 people. The second one is a closed gathering about just 20 people, right? Very, very different. And it'll all end in the latter part of the afternoon, but I'll be an observer around just finding, finding justice and peace. And I'm not too sure if Prof. Tuli Madonsela will be on that panel, but I would expect it to be. So what I don't know, probably bump into it just now as well. But amongst the people, there'll be advocates for peace and justice around the world, including Queen Rania of Jordan. And what's interesting of her, she's Jordanian, but she's actually Palestinian. So topical in terms of where we are as a world right now. So that will come up about 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, which means, and tomorrow is the last day, right? In between that, the last thing is there's an awards night sometime this evening. So it does mean very little pausing. And probably the only pause I have is after I stop talking to you now.
Ashraf Gada, thank you very much. Can't wait to hear all those stories when you come back. Ashraf Gada, SAFM presenter of this very show. He's at the annual One Young World Summit. It's 4:30.
A very good afternoon with the news headlines this hour. The SIU has received the go-ahead from the President to investigate maladministration at the David Kruiper municipality in Uppington in the Northern Cape. Community forums in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats have called for calm in Beacon Valley after a co-accused in the Malusi boy fraud case was gunned down in that area. And there have been more exchanges of fire across the Israel-Lebanon border. The Israeli military says 140 rockets have been fired in a barrage that the Iranian-backed Hezbollah movement says was aimed at 3 army sites. Those are your headlines. Greg will have your full update 5 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, road closures and traffic restrictions around Waterkloof Air Force Base will be in place on Saturday and Sunday for the Africa Aerospace and Defence Air Show event. The N1 southbound in Soweto has a crash near the N17 Soweto exit. Main Reef Road in Amalgam has a crash reported at Dorada Avenue. Glenhove Road in Harton Estate has a crash near 5th Street. And the N1 southbound in Pretoria, a crash reported at the R21 highway. In KZN, the N2 southbound slow moving towards Spaghetti Junction. The N2 northbound in Amanzimtoti has flooding reported opposite Galleria Mall, so please proceed with caution. And the R74 has a crash reported north of Bergville. In Mpumalanga on the N4, busy conditions reported at Middelburg Plaza, so please expect delays. In Cape Town, the M5 southbound is slow moving towards the N2 highway. The N7 Jakes Hadville Drive southbound slow moving towards the N2 highway. The N1 outbound is queuing towards Okavango Road, and the N2 outbound is slow moving towards Bunga Avenue. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
It's a busy sporting weekend. Let's get the latest sports with Tumi. Good afternoon.
All right, starting off with rugby this hour, the Lions have brought back their talisman, URC Player of the Year, Sanele Nohamba, to their starting lineup for tomorrow's Carling Currie Cup final against the Hollywood Bets Sharks. Nohamba, who last week also put in a performance to help the Lions win their semi-final against the Toyota Cheetahs, replaces Cade Volhata at 10, and the latter who drops to the bench. Captain Yaku Fisachi will once again lead the side, while tight prop Asante believes that his side will need to be better at the basics this weekend if they are to win the trophy. Meanwhile, the Springboks are on the verge of history as they take on Argentina in the Rugby Championship in the northern city of Santiago del Estero tomorrow. Kickoff is at 11 p.m. South African time. The men in green and gold are poised to win the tournament for just the second time in their history since the Tri-Nations became the Rugby Championship in 2012 and the addition of Argentina. Then in football, Golden Arrows will be out to maintain their unbeaten record against Marumo Gallants in tomorrow's Betway Premiership match at the Mpumalanga Stadium in Hammersdale. Current league campaign as they claimed 2-0 victory over Stellenbosch FC away on Wednesday, courtesy of goals from Siyanda Mtati and Lungelo Nguse. So they started on a high. Therefore, Arrows are undefeated in their last 5 matches in the league, having registered 3 consecutive draws, 2 successive victories, including a win over Amazulu on the last day of last season. Staying with football, former Amazulu midfielder George Maluleka believes that he still has a lot to offer after he was unveiled by Motsepe Foundation League side Kruger United in Mpumalanga. He last kicked a ball last season when he was offloaded by the Durban side and has been on a hunt for a club. Maluleka is excited at the prospect of resuscitating his career with new kids on the block who were promoted to the second division this season, and he says that he wants wants to contribute to the success of the team. Elsewhere, Manchester City are set to be without Kevin De Bruyne for when they take on title challengers Arsenal at the Etihad Stadium on Sunday after picking up an injury in midweek, but his injury is not understood to rule him out on a long term. De Bruyne suffered what appeared to be a groin injury just before half-time in City's goalless draw Champions League opener against Inter Milan at the Etihad Stadium on Wednesday. Then moving on to cricket, pace spearhead Jasprit Bumrah took 4 wickets as India bundled out Bangladesh for 149 to lead by 227 runs on day 2 of the first test in Chennai today. Bangladesh were dismissed in the final session with former skipper Shakib Al Hassan top scoring on 32 in their reply to India's first innings total of 376. The hosts opted not to enforce the follow-on and therefore they will bat first in their second innings. Ending things off with tennis, the Korea Open quarterfinal between Russian top seed Daria Kazatkina and former US Open champion Emma Raducanu was pushed back by a day after all play was washed out by heavy rain today. Now the quarterfinals and semifinals will take place tomorrow, although more wet weather is forecasted. Also in the last 8 is Brazil's number 3 seed Beatrice Maia. And she faces Russia's Polina Kudermetova, while Russia's number 4, Diana Schneider, faces Ukraine's Marta Kotsek. The tournament was hit by a string of last-minute withdrawals, including world number 1 Iga Swiatek, US Open runner Jessica Pegula, and former world champion Elena Rybakina. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
This September, S3 brings you thought-provoking nature dockies that will change the way in which you view the world. Temperature Rising tells the story of 3 activists as they grapple with what thinking globally and acting locally means as they fight the barriers to climate action. Airs Sunday, the 8th of September. Channel your inner activist with our selection of premium dockies Sundays at 5 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
The following advert is directed at HR and finance executives.
Hi there.
Hi.
Your talk on employee benefits earlier was very insightful.
Oh, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out who I should connect with on how best to structure our company's employee benefits. Any suggestions?
Well, I trust Old Mutual Corporate Consultants. They offer expert advice on optimal investment strategies, retirement fund management, employee benefits design, and much more. This means you'll get the best advice on your employee's future.
Visit oldmutual.co.za/employee benefits and go from questions to solutions with Old Mutual Corporate. Old Mutual Corporate Consultants is a division of Fairburn Consult, FSP 9328, a licensed FSP and member of the Old Mutual Group. T's and C's apply.
Channel Heritage Day your way on Afternoon Express on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. only on S3. As Chef Ruben Riffel braais lekker curried lamb skewers, we rock our traditional regalia, and Jules Harding of Good Luck celebrates her daughter Skylar's first Heritage Day, and it's orange malva pudding for dessert. That's Afternoon Express this Tuesday at 6 p.m. only on S3.
Eintracht Frankfurt is searching for their 3rd win to keep a decent position in the top half. However, Borussia Mönchengladbach have a big assignment to achieve their 2nd victory to move up the ladder. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Catch the mouth-watering clash between Eintracht Frankfurt and Borussia Mönchengladbach this Saturday, 21 September at 6:30 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC+. Also available on sabcsport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
20 minutes to 5. Let's get the latest market news with Paswane Mpahlele, Senior Account Manager at Makwe Fund Managers. Good afternoon to you. What's been happening on the markets today?
Afternoon, and to all your listeners. Well, looking into the market,
we're basically following the interest rate cuts in the US back home, and today with the likes of the Bank of Japan holding rates and not signaling anything about hikes in the near future, markets have taken the cue of the dovish policy, the devaluation of the dollar, which has helped assets that are priced in dollar to be benefiting. We're talking about the gold, bitcoins, the commodities, and which, when you look at it going forward, kind of have as an inflationary pressure like we're seeing in the UK. But investors' current momentum is about buying and benefiting of this easing of monetary policy, and locally and globally, because of the cuts, have a stimulative effect to the economy, especially to areas that have an interest-sensitive aspect to it. But not all news today was very cheerful, because on the geopolitical front, Israel continues to attack Lebanon, and the Hezbollahs are vowing for a retaliation, keeping tensions in the Middle East very high going into the weekend. Oil prices have reacted with easing some losses, down 0.9 to $74 to 20 cents a barrel. Gold was high up 0.9 at $2,610 an ounce. Meanwhile, when we look at the general equities, US have taken a breather after hitting all-time highs yesterday. S&P Nasdaq down 0.3, Dow down 0.1. In the Europe, DAX, CAC down 1.4%, FTSE down 1.4%. Locally, we are flat, with resource and industrials down 0.3. Our financials were up 0.6%. And in coming into the currency space, we're seeing it relatively flat. We've seen the rand against the dollar at 17.51, a healthy price level. Rand against the euro 19.50, and rand against the pound 23.25.
Swanem Praslele, Senior Accounts Manager at Makwe Fund Managers. Thanks very much. There'll be more business with a quick look with Jimmy Muyaha coming up around about an hour from now.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
We're going to be talking about new cameras in the city of Johannesburg to fight crime. The MMC for Public Safety showed some cameras that are going to be donated to patrollers fighting crime, and we'll see if those come into effect. There's been some camera movements in Johannesburg. We'll see if they've been effective at all. And then earlier we were talking to Michael Lomas. We were talking about Michael Lomas, who had been extradited back to South Africa with that Eskom Kusile power station corruption matter. We're going to get another take on that. Now that he's in the country, what do you make about that? And then we will talk to the weather service. What is going on? It's supposed to be spring. I guess that's what the answer. We'll talk to the weather service. I know the weather service are going to say, well, it's spring, John. What do you expect? We've had snow in September before a couple of times. It's just what happens. Well, why does it happen when I want to go on holiday? Where are we going to first? Let's go to Eddie in the Free State. Hello, Eddie. Eddie, go ahead.
Yes. No, thank you very much. It's freezing in Machading.
Yeah, I don't understand, Eddie. I don't understand.
Yeah, John. You know, I like the MMC for public safety in Joburg.
Mm-hmm.
He's spot on. You know, we need men of skill, especially in those positions that relates to public safety. These criminals, they don't have mercy on us. And why should we have mercy on them?
Mm.
So we need to be hard on them. We need to be hard on them. Or else, you know, there's a mall here in Welkom.
Uh-huh.
If I can send you a video, you'll see how that mall was ransacked by criminals because we are soft on them.
Yeah, so we've got to use these cameras, and we have to be able to identify the perpetrators and then take them and book them.
Exactly, and it's right to say, even police stations, as communities, we must go to police station. I like the MMC saying, let's go to the police station and ask about these cases, what happened to them. Because there's also, even, you know what, I just pray I can be a minister of police. I will fire a station commander who doesn't perform. I'll definitely do that.
Well, you'll have to change contracts. But yeah, Eddie in Free State, thank you very much. Let's go and talk to Piwe in the Vaal. You have an issue with stock theft, Piwe?
Yes, things are bad, man. I think our government or parliament must talk about this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still remember this organization during Bigicele? They call themselves Isikepe. They are there in KZN.
Okay.
Sekete.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are now in Joburg, all over in Joburg. So we have decided to join them. I'm telling you, we are trying to stop these tax crooks who steal our livestock. John, I'm telling you, when we find one, we don't just hit. We kill, John.
You can't do that.
John, I'm telling you, they came to our kraal, ne?
Yeah.
Last month. They took over 200 sheep and goats, these guys.
Yeah.
When they come, John, they don't come smite. They come with guns. They shoot a gun in the air. So our guys had to run away, including myself. We can't take it anymore now. We can't take it.
What are
so
the
now, I'm telling you, John, government must talk about this thing, the parliament.
What are the police? What are the police doing about it, Piwe?
John, they're involved. Tell you why. We got information that these guys, when they come, police are hiding somewhere with a police van. They load our stuff, our livestock in the combis, quantum. So this guy, they come behind them with a siren. That now they're escorting these criminals. We had the information. We got one guy in Protea. He ran away, took as an end. We are looking for him. We will find him. We will kill him. I'm telling you, John. We are second out this thing. Look, I had 16 pure Purpok. All of them are pregnant, female. They are gone, Mr. John.
Where do they go to, Piwe? Where are they taking your cattle to?
You see what's happening. The butcher people are involved.
Right.
They are involved.
So they're just taking the stock and then they're taking to the butcher and they're selling off
the slaughter.
Straight away.
The slaughter. Yes. You see, it's very easy for them, John, because they don't just come to a kraal and take your stuff. They got the bar somewhere. The order is waiting for the bar is waiting for them. Soon as the order comes, they slaughter one time. This guy.
And can you? It sounds silly, but can you prove that? I mean, is that an obvious thing that's happening?
John, one guy ran away from Protea. He went to KZN.
Yeah.
He's got information for us. We are looking for him. He will come back. I'm telling you, John, he will come back. So I beg all small scale farmers to come together. We form our own organization because government is doing nothing, John.
But
really,
you can't be violent, Piwe. This is the thing, right? You can't come on the radio and tell us what you're going to do like you've just done.
Okay, but Mr. John, listen. This guy, they come into our kraal.
Look, you can't justify it. I understand that there's an issue. I understand it, but you can't come on the radio, Piwe, and tell me that you're going to kill this person.
John, I'm sorry just to say that, but like I'm Madala, my heart is sore.
I get that, and I feel your pain, and I understand your pain. But
this talk is for my livelihood, for my future. I'm about to retire, Mr. John. I'm about to retire. You see, they took everything. So what must I do?
Violence isn't the answer. I understand, and I feel your pain, Piwe, and I thank you very much for calling and sharing that. And it's if the police are involved. We hear this so often, don't we? If the police are involved, and Piwe just saying they give them blue light to take their cattle away. It's got to be higher. Hopefully, somebody of authority is listening, so that we can get a little bit more of that. All right, I think we have another controversial call. Anonymous, hi.
Yes, how's it on?
Lekker, tell us your story.
Yes, my story relates to my workplace there in G4S, Bloemfontein, my facility, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's about that death of the recent one on the past Sunday of one of the inmates by the name of Peter Frederiksen,
right,
who has been killed by security EST members. He was being shot, but suddenly everything was being changed by saying they claimed that before even the postmortem, they claimed that he died as a result of the heart attack, of which is not true.
Okay.
He was being shot to death, and he was being taken by the very same security EST members with a stretcher taken to the hospital while he was still there. But they claimed that he died at the hospital, of which is not true. He died on the scene, right on the inside his cell, after being shot inside the cell, and then subsequently to that, he was being taken to the hospital with a stretcher by the very same EST members.
And you're an eyewitness to this, Anonymous?
There is an eyewitness.
No, are you an eyewitness, or is this something you've been told?
Yes.
Yes, you are an eyewitness.
Yes,
Okay.
of course. And then what makes also sad about this whole thing is that the Blue Spray, which is responsible to open cases, investigate, it's one of the police stations which is on the payroll. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's on the payroll because of all of the incidents within the facility being just smuggled by the authorities who are responsible to investigate and bring all the perpetrators into book. But everything just been put under the carpet. That is usually what is happening.
You're raising it on radio. Have you raised this with your superiors? Are you able to raise this with your superiors at the prison?
The thing is that you must remember that on 2013 we embarked on the strike about the system, the tyrannic system of the company. The very same authorities that you are asking me about, they are the very same who are capturing the police who are supposed to come and investigate the mysterious death within the facility. And then the DCS as well is also implicated. And I'm surprised because of the superiors of the DCS yesterday who came. They only took 2 minutes to come and check the way that cell of the deceased, and they left. They are also implicated because of there is a what you call the controllers, which is the oversight body.
Anonymous, it's a story that we will look at more. We thank you very much for raising that point, and I'm sure that you're putting yourself in danger there a little bit as well. So look after yourself, please. Correctional Services employee, they're wanting to talk about an inmate who died this past Sunday.
Hey, you know, Ntwana, if I could, I'd fly to Dubai.
Here we go again.
First class, Exeni. Ngithi shwe. Get myself a V12 Beast and a mansion with Instagram-worthy views.
You don't even have Instagram.
Imagine seeing the city skyline from my bedroom, watching MasterChef SA while I have my very own MasterChef in my kitchen. Forget the queues at the cinema. I'd have one in my crib, Joe. I'm talking 7.1 surround sound and a 120-inch 8K TV whilst I'm sipping on some grapes. I'm talking luxury, Ntwana. What do you know about that? Let me school you, bro. Tune into Dubai, Buying the Dream. Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. on S3. And channel your inner luxury. Only on S3. Open up.
Durban's vast and warm ocean is our gold mine. Join us as we dive into the blue economy extravaganza, unlocking new opportunities and fostering sustainable growth during Blue Economy Week from the 24th to the 28th of September 2024 along the beachfront. Experience a display of exciting maritime activities from a variety of aquatic sports, groundbreaking maritime discussions and career opportunities, innovation programs, spectacular fashion, and much more. Don't miss this incredible event. Durban's Blue Economy, shaping our future. Visit Durban and explore the endless wave of tranquility. For more information, log on to www.durban.gov.za or any @eThekwini platforms.
Banyana Ba Style believe the only way to maintain their lifestyle in the summit is to grab an important win. However, JBW ladies have calculated the power of 3 vital points and refuse to settle for less. This is the Hollywood Men's Super League. Catch Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game, Mamelodi Sundowns Ladies FC versus JBW Ladies FC on Saturday 21 September at 11 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Jon Gericke on SAFM.
Make your way towards the news at 5. Let's talk about you might have seen it yesterday on social media. The MMC for Public Safety in the city of Johannesburg, Dr. Mqini Twaku, demonstrating how the PTZ cameras, their new cameras, are fitted with artificial intelligence. It says it's got a high zoom module, and he's donating these cameras to patrollers fighting crime in the different communities around the city. According to the doctor, each camera costs, maybe I shouldn't say because then they'll be stolen, so it doesn't matter how much they cost, but I think he got a good price. The MMC joins me on the line now to talk about these cameras. Doctor, thank you very much, MMC.
Hello, Jon Gericke.
The first message we got when I threw forward to this is somebody saying that you need to be able to identify the suspect. Look at their face and be able to work out who that person is, not just somebody with a red cap and a blue jersey.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Look, this camera, this thing is, remember I pronounced it last year.
Yeah.
And the problem is that, the administrators of the municipality, they think that we're actually fools. We're like dumb. They look at the politicians as like fools who don't know anything about artificial intelligence or 4IR. They think that we're just getting excited. So I just got heartful listening to issues of budget. This thing is very difficult. It can't be done. We must wait and for contracts and all of that. I just took like that thing, because look, in the EFF, they say that you can't just, if you have a community needing something, you can't just sit idling and then come and blame the budget and all of that. You must make a plan. So what I did is that, look, I just take some of my salary, I just go and buy them. There are places there. I've donated one I'm donating one in Ward 21 because Ward 21, they've got a park there where every time when people actually go to work, they are criminals straight. They are criminals who actually, actually go after them at night. Right. So I'm donating one there, and the other one's going to go to Zandspruit. Another one's going to go to, to the Orange Farm. And these cameras, because with the officials, you say you want cameras. No, sharp, we'll make a plan, MMC. And then said, okay, how are they going to work? Oh, yeah, sorry, MMC, the things that we don't have a fiber, and we must wait. And then community will work for about 10 years. I said, hey, you can use a SIM card, or you can get what you call a satellite, There's a satellite that you can put in those things. So in the townships, there are no cameras, none whatsoever. So these cameras, I'm actually donating them mainly in the townships, in the crime hotspots. So my rollout is going to be starting in Soweto, in Tladi. I promised them there. So by the next week, I'm going to be launching that one and moving over to Orange Farm, Ivory Park, Zandspruit, in the squatter camps. There you must just put them high and able to really see what is happening.
Who's monitoring them, MMC?
You can those ones you can give access to the patrollers. Because in Alex, you've got the patrollers in the Hillbrook area, Tladi, the patrollers basically, and then those patrollers that you can also have an access. We've got an IIOC. Those you can have a monitor where you can have our police, like the TRU, having access as well, and we've got a WhatsApp group that has been created of the patrollers with the TRU unit there. So most of the successes that we had with the JMPD TRU are through those guys because we've got a WhatsApp group. Then it's going to be easy for them because, look, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, it becomes too dangerous for the guys. So they can have a look at them, they can use these cameras to really look at the criminals.
So instead of walking around in the streets, they can be in a relatively safe place. If they see something about to happen, because you can kind of see it sometimes, then they can go and intervene.
Sorry, I can't. I can't get that one.
No worries. I was just saying that they can monitor from a relatively safe place, and if they see something about to go down, they can go and intervene.
Yes, sir. It's so simple and it's so easy that these things. I'm going to demonstrate. You can send some of the guys to have a look at them. It's so easy. It's so easy, and the guy they're making it so difficult. They tell you know what I wanted. What I wanted to show the country and everyone in the city is that these things are possible. And it's doable, but you've got administrators that will take too long and take you from pillar to post. And then I come out, I pronounce on things, and it takes too long. I just break everything. I just go to the supplier and then go there and then check them out and check and Google and check. So, oh, yeah, there's a camera. I look at the specification. I do my schematic diagram. I'm an engineer deployed by the EFF. Hey, educated.
Have you done things legally? Will somebody come and say, oh, you didn't follow procurement processes correctly and this is money that you've said to a friend or something?
No. These ones, I'm buying them through my own salary. I take my money. I mean, hey, we end. The MMCs end. So, I mean, you can take about, I mean, with the 12,000, 15,000, you can get about 2 cameras. It's good. And then you can take those and then I can put them in. I take some of the, and then what you do is that you just have to write to the CM that you have donated cameras. That's all, coming from your salary. And then while I'm waiting for the procurement process to actually unravel, because it takes too long.
Yeah.
But what I do is that, I mean, there are so many people who are selling those cameras, your Hikvision, Huawei, Motorola, you name them. There are Dua. There are a lot of them. They are out there in the market. So those things that they come to you said, you know what, I've got MMC. There's a solution that I have. Dude, you can get these things like from Temu. You can get them from like second lot. It's very simple. What takes too long because it's just that you have to ensure that you've got a response system which is genuine. So we've got to tell you, and then the tell you just want the eyes and ears. That's all.
MMC, we're going to wrap it up there as the phone line breaks down. I think you got a very good price for those cameras as well. City of Joburg. You know, I actually got like this kind of cameras are being used in the agricultural places. I mean, you can check the guy from the AgriSolex and some of the people because I've been checking around and everything. So if you go to the farmers are using them. They're made out of steel. Yeah. City of Joburg, MMC for Public Safety, Dr. Mfini Twako, thank you very much. Some light entertainment. Yeah, he's donated out of his own salary. You know, we were having people criticizing the EFF earlier when they were talking about the Reserve Bank. What do you make of that then? Let us know. Give us a call. 086 000 2032. It's just gone 5 o'clock.
SIU to probe Northern Cape municipality and exchanges of fire across the Lebanon border. Good day to you. The SIU's received the go-ahead from the President to probe allegations of maladministration at the David Kruger municipality in Uppington in the Northern Cape. The investigation is expected to look at the procurement processes and the awarding of at least 24 contracts, dating as far back as 2010. Some of the contracts include the appointment of external security in 2010 and the electrification of 1,000 houses in Uppington. SIU spokesperson Kaiser Kanyao.
The SIU will also investigate any unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the municipality or the state. The scope of the investigation also covers any unlawful improper conduct by officials and employees of the municipality, the applicable suppliers or service provider, or any person or entity, and intentional or negligent loss of public money or damage to public property.
5 suspects who are facing extortion charges have been released on 10,000 rand bail each by the Camperdown Magistrates Court in KwaZulu-Natal. The suspects were arrested by the Provincial Reaction Task Team that specifically deals with construction mafia crimes. It's alleged the group threatened 2 employees at a local construction site that work will not be allowed to proceed unless they're hired. Mondli Godebe reports.
Andile Chiane, Elias Peta, Ndantla Makatini, Sbonelo Kanyile, and Tabani Nkomo are from Kwakimba, west of Durban. It is alleged they demanded work from a bridge construction site in the Greater Pietermaritzburg area in August. So-called business mafia groups have halted multi-million rand projects in the province and caused delays. The case has been remanded to October 25.
Community forums in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats have called for calm in Beacon Valley after a co-accused in the Malusi Boy fraud case was gunned down. Abdul Davids was shot days after being released from custody. He's one of 9 others who faced charges including fraud and money laundering. Community Forum chairperson Norman Yankis.
We know that there's been ongoing violence in this particular area between 2 groupings, of which he is one. And then the other theory is people believe he could have been a potential witness or maybe said certain things, and that can also discourage people from coming forward with information.
The Sensomayua trials adjourn until the 7th of next month at the High Court in Pretoria. 5 men are on trial for the 2014 murder of the Bafana player, ballistic analyst Malasela Ntini, who confirmed the findings by another ballistic analyst linking the murder to accused number 3, is expected back on the stand when the trial resumes. During cross-examination, Defence Counsel Sipho Ramasepele criticised Ntini for not documenting his microscopic findings on the ballistic evidence.
Without notes, recorders, worksheets, without charts, we don't know the marks that you saw, but without those notes, all we have is what you say now. They understand, there's nothing else.
An opinion, we did not write, we don't write when we are giving an opinion.
In fact, you said an opinion is an informal process, so your testimony here is also an informal process.
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
There have been more exchanges of fire across the Israel-Lebanon border. The Israeli military says more than 100 rockets have been fired, and a barrage at the Iranian-backed Hezbollah movement said was aimed at army sites. The BBC's Hugo Bachega has more.
Cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel continued this morning, hours after one of the most intense Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon in this conflict. This is a country still coming to terms with what happened in the unprecedented wave of explosions of pagers and walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah. The group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, has vowed to punish Israel for the attacks that killed more than 30 people, injured 3,000 and caused chaos and panic. In Israel, the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said battle plans for the border area had been approved amid concerns it could involve a ground invasion of southern Lebanon.
Top story, the SIU's received the go-ahead from the President to probe allegations of maladministration at the David Crepe municipality in the Northern Cape. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khoos.
And in your sports this hour, South Africa claim 8-wicket win over Pakistan, and Verstappen handed punishment by Singapore stewards for bad language. More details on this and other sports stories at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in Parktown is slow moving towards Houghton Drive exit. The M1 southbound is slow moving through Crown Interchange towards Boysons. Main Reef Road westbound in Amalgam, queuing towards Dorada Avenue. The N1 northbound in Midrand is slow moving towards Samrand Road. And the N1 northbound in Hammanskraal has busy conditions reported at Carousel Toll Plaza. In KZN, the N2 southbound slow moving towards Spaghetti Junction. The N2 has busy conditions at Tonga Toll Plaza, so expect delays. The N2 northbound in Amanzimtoti has flooding reported opposite Galleria Mall, so please proceed with caution. And the N2 southbound queuing towards the M25 Commercial Highway. In Cape Town, the N7 northbound crash reported after Plattekloof Road. The M5 southbound is slow moving towards the N2 highway. The R27 is closed between the R45 Friedenberg exit and Veldrift due to emergency repair works, and Victoria Road outbound slow moving through Woodstock. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
8 minutes past 5, coming up in the show. I was just looking at the weather. Coming up in this half hour, we're going to talk to the Weather Service. I'm going to ask them what they've done with the weather. Why'd they break it? Johannesburg tomorrow, on the 21st day of September, which wasn't that? When did it snow in Johannesburg? I think it was that kind of time as well. When was it? 1980 odds. Many of you weren't alive. Tomorrow's high, 1981. It was in September that it snowed, eh? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Tomorrow's high is 7 degrees centigrade. Let me say that again. The high, 7 degrees centigrade. If you're watching the rugby tomorrow at Ellis Park, I would suggest bringing out all of that winter wardrobe. That stuff you wore for the 2010 World Cup, remember that? The gloves and the jerseys and the hats and all those kind of things. It's a high of 7 tomorrow in Johannesburg with rain. What is going on with the weather? We will talk to the South African Weather Service later on. And also, in the next bit, we're going to carry on our conversation about Michael Lomas, who has successfully been extradited to South Africa with this Kusile power station corruption. We're going to hear from the South African National Communications Director of the Civic Movement, Save South Africa. And we're going to see what they have to say about this extradition and what the case is now. From what I understand, he will stay in jail, but we'll see if they know a little bit more. And then we'll take your calls and voice notes. Don't worry, we will get you, I promise. It's 5:10.
Becoming Elizabeth is the fascinating story of the early life of England's most iconic queen. With no clear heir, the death of King Henry VIII sets into motion a dangerous scramble for power. Elizabeth's fascinating and factual journey to secure the crown is filled with scheming, betrayal, and illicit relationships that threaten to bring forth her demise. At a time in which every man or woman of the court is on the wheel of fortune, which may take them to a position of great power one moment, or the executioner's block the next. Channel your inner royalty with Becoming Elizabeth, Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Attention all caregivers of children. Are you and your children's vaccinations up to date? Vaccinations can prevent serious diseases and prevent hospital stays. Protect your little ones by getting them vaccinated. Don't wait until it's too late. Talk to your healthcare provider today about getting your child vaccinated against serious childhood diseases. Because health matters. This message is brought to you by Sanofi and the National Department of Health.
Banyana Ba Style believe the only way to maintain their lifestyle in the summit is to grab an important win. However, JBW ladies have calculated the power of 3 vital points and refuse to settle for less. This is the Hollywood Men's Super League. Catch Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. Mamelodi Sundowns Ladies FC versus JBW Ladies FC on Saturday, 21 September at 11 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
12 minutes past 5, former Eskom contractor Michael Lomas has successfully been extradited back to South Africa in connection with that alleged Eskom Kusile power station corruption. When the show started, I spoke to Andy Mashaile, retired Interpol ambassador, about what it takes to extradite someone like Lomas. What does Civic Movement, Save South Africa, make of the extradition? Organization's National Director of Communications, Tebogo Mashi-Lompane, joins me on the line now. Tebogo, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. What do you make of this extradition?
Good evening, John, and thank you so much. Yeah, no, we just don't want to be too excited about this extradition. Of course, this proves that we have the capacity as a country to extradite any person who ran away from our country and in terms of running away from responsibility and accountability. We've been many cases in South Africa, so they're going to be too excited now because we just want to see if the state will a prima facie case in a sense that they will prove reasonable doubt. Because most of the time people lose, they are left and to say, no, there's no evidence. So that is why we don't want to be too excited. We are happy that the first stage has been accomplished, but we wait to see what's going to happen. We don't want to hear stories of, say, the person is now no enough evidence, because that is the story in South Africa, where somebody will be left and say, no, there's no enough evidence. But we are happy for the first stage.
You might know more than me, but surely with the red notice, there must have been enough evidence to get him extradited out of Britain. Britain would have needed something.
Yeah, but we've seen that before. Look at Tela Koko was also, they arrested, and then they said, no, there were delays and all those things. But when they arrested him, they said, no, we've got a watertight case against this person. But and then now say, no, let's withdraw the case, we'll reinstate it later. So those are the things that we don't want to see. You know, we want, when you arrest somebody, make sure that you've closed all the gates. And then know that person is going to be arrested, and then when they are arrested, they are going to face the full might of the law. But we are not putting us, doubts in our law enforcers. But we are just saying we just don't want to be too excited.
Wheels of justice do move slowly. It's taken 3 years for this process to happen. When do you see him actually going into court?
Yeah, because the process of extradition, we know it's tiring. It's you need to exhaust many resources to extradite somebody, and then we appreciate that. And then we're thinking that if the state can prove beyond reasonable doubt, the man will account. And then it's good that we have somebody like Michael, because he will be able to spill the beans and to say, no, I know this one, I've done this, because you can see he's alleged the allegations against him of kickbacks and fraud and masterminding certain things. So we believe that is the right person to be arrested, and then we just anticipate a quicker trial, because remember, this guy has been given bail. He decided to disappear, and then now on the 27th, now he's going to apply for bail application. So we say he must not be granted bail until the trial starts.
This, as you say, he probably will be involved in some sort of negotiations and, as you say, maybe talk and give names and details and those kind of things. Are there people higher up, and I'm thinking of some really important people at the moment, that are a little worried about this extradition?
No, the first name that comes is Matsela Koko, because of the close relationship he had. And remember, Matsela Koko was also the CEO. So I think he'll be the man who's going to be more worried, because especially that he's been in court before and the court was withdrawn, but with the intention to reinstate if the evidence maybe will be sufficient. And I think bringing this guy back in the country, he will assist the state greatly in terms of now linking with all these criminals that masquerade as professionals. So we are happy for now.
Tebogo Mashilompane, thank you very much. Save South Africa's National Communications Director.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
17 minutes past 5. I don't quite know how to do this. Let's play some of the older voice notes first. This was my conversation with the EFF about the Reserve Bank and their points, or was it 25 basis points change?
Good afternoon, John. No, to respond to EFF person, I think EFF is a joke. Because the repo rate has been cut down by 25 basis points, they are complaining, say it's not enough. If it was raised by 25 basis point, EFF was going to complain and blame the government of the day. So these people are a joke. But I'm so happy that they are going down the train. So, yeah. Good afternoon, John. This is Nhlanhla.
Good afternoon, John. You know, that EFF MP, I honestly don't think that gentleman understands the economy and the current economy we are in South Africa, because the Monetary Policy Committee cannot make drastic decisions which would essentially lead to drastic outcomes. So the decision to reduce the rate to where it's at currently now, it's supposed to be where it is, because if we cut the rate to a very low amount, it will just affect the economy in a drastic way. So that individual does not know what he's talking about, and I don't even think he understands economics in general. Daniel in Bryanston.
Wow, John. I am so impressed. I am so impressed with MMC. That is a true leader. That is a true leader. A person who is able to give back to the community. Wow. Wow.
Not the only voice note about that.
Good afternoon, John. Big ups to MEC
for Joburg safety, Dr. Qinitswako. I wish him all the best. God will be watching on him because he looks after his people. He is actually serving by calling, not by appointment. I wish him all the best of luck because these are the people that we need in our community, not the fat cats who don't care about the people who voted for them. Who are selfish. So big ups to the MEC for safety in Joburg. May the God bless him and may he continue to succeed and strive. It's Thabo Manyige here.
Let's take, where do we go? Let's take one more from earlier on.
Afternoon, John. This is Zanele in Durban. Mina, I was impressed by the workmanship of Amapanyapanya with the SAPS. That togetherness has really impressed me. I saw them at the airport today whilst they were there for that fugitive that was coming today. So I saw them together with the SAPS. That means they are being involved even on the high-profile cases. We don't know because we will hear just now them complaining maybe about salary or what. Thank you, John.
But did we need that many police officers and that many Amapanyaza around a man in a wheelchair with a neck brace? I have seen two in the wild, Amapanyaza in the wild in Melville. I saw once. I've seen them in Melville the one time. Yeah, did we need that kind of police presence? I don't know. He is, and that's what we were talking about with Tebogo Mashilompane earlier. He is going to be targeted, I feel, Michael Lomas, because he knows stuff. We're going to talk about the weather next.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. The top 6 contestants tackle a classic bake that's enjoyed all over the world, the humble pie. After learning the art of making pastry from scratch, they each prepare their own family-style pie filled with their favorite flavors. That's the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7, repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2. Africa Chibembe. As trees and flowers blossom, the nation gets brighter and excited for sporting action. Tune in to SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. SABC Sport celebrates the nation's diverse culture and heritage. Happy Heritage Month. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
There's no road our buckies haven't traveled on. Roads to new beginnings. Roads to many firsts.
Enjoy your day at school.
Roads to delivering precious cargo.
Breathe, honey. We're almost there.
Even roads to saving the day.
Hey, we're gonna have to tow you.
With every road that we've traveled for 45 years, we are what a bucky should be. Bold, capable, and reliable. Introducing the new limited edition D-Max 45, equipped with everything you need for every kind of adventure. Isuzu, with you for the long run.
When self-made billionaire Wilton Knight rescues police detective Lieutenant Michael Long after a near-fatal shot to the face, he gives him a new identity and a new name, Michael Knight. Paired with the unique Knight Industries 2000 aka kit, they are brought in during situations where direct action might provide the only feasible solution. Kusazo Shuba and Michael Knight and Kit are ready to rise to the occasion. Channel your best retro with Knight Rider, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
SAFM. Prime time all day long. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
Tumi's going to give you your sports in a bit, but Afghanistan are 258 for 3 in the 44th over. So still 6 overs to go. They're batting at 8.4 runs an over. Omarzai has just scored his half century. So it's hurting. Let's talk about the weather. You heard Bertha. She was in the Kruger Park earlier on today. On this radio station, and she was saying how cold it was. Cold fronts, you've heard about weather in KwaZulu-Natal from Irma G, telling you about the traffic that's happening there. I'm looking out the window and I'm just horrified. Let's talk to the South African Weather Service forecaster, Lehlo Nolo Tobela. Lehlo Nolo, what have you done to the weather?
Good afternoon. I haven't done anything.
You guys in the Weather Service hate us.
No, we don't need to. We actually love you because we reported before.
See.
So
What?
this is love.
What is going on? Why do we have this? It was 30-odd degrees 3 days ago.
Yeah, man, it happens. There's a system called the cutoff low. It really brings cold air as well as a lot of disruptive rain and snow in some areas. I mean, you've seen beautiful pictures from the Eastern Cape already and some snow over areas in the eastern and northeastern parts of the Free State province today. So tomorrow we're still expecting more of that to happen. I mean, scattered showers and thunder showers are still expected in the central and the southern parts of Gauteng tonight, with most of the widespread showers and rain expected to be over KwaZulu-Natal as well as the eastern half of the Eastern Cape. Remaining 30 over most parts of Limpopo and areas in Mpumalanga. That's a 30% chance of showers and rain still expected for tonight. But tomorrow, it's just isolated showers and rain over most parts of Gauteng, on and off showers that are expected, mainly in the morning, that should persist in having some drizzle in late evening, with most of the mornings then being disruptive snow over mountain passes in the Eastern Cape, as well as the western half of KwaZulu-Natal, touching areas in the eastern parts of the Free State by Bethlehem and areas in the northeastern parts of the Free State. Mainly this disruptive snow is expected around areas in Berkeley East and the Eastern Cape, Elliot, and just north of the Drakensberg Mountain into Lesotho. In KwaZulu-Natal, you can expect it around areas in Harrismith, just west of the Newcastle, and just areas in the central and the western areas for tomorrow. So, yeah, looking like that in terms of temperatures tomorrow, expecting Pretoria to reach a minimum of 7 with a maximum of 11 degrees. Johannesburg will be 5 and expecting about 9 in its maximum in Johannesburg. So it's quite cold.
That's cold. That's colder than we had in winter.
Well, I wouldn't say
I'm telling you now, that's colder. We really went below double digits.
Yeah.
I just wanted, it's school holiday. Okay, so we agreed that it's really cold today, Lehlo and Ola. It's school holidays. When will it be warm again?
Surprisingly, Sunday.
Sunday? Okay.
So it's today, tomorrow. Sunday it will start picking up with just a 30% chance of showers and rain. When I say warm, I mean the temperatures will start picking up into about 22, 20.
Won't be 7.
From Monday into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're back to warm days, extremely hot conditions in the northern parts in Limpopo as well as the low field of Mpumalanga. So it's a system. This weather system will exit the country by Saturday evening, and from Sunday things should start picking up and getting to normal. I mean, tomorrow you can even expect some freezing rain over areas of the southern and eastern parts of Gauteng. It will be quite cold, man. So I think make sure that you have your jerseys out and blankets and keep warm.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the farmers who have planted crops and those kind of things. They rely so much on you guys to warn them about this, and I know they get more detailed forecasts, but I'm sure they're struggling. But you guys are keeping them up to speed with what's happening, right?
Of course, I mean, it's ahead even. We also issued a seasonal forecast for the spring as well as summer. We then issued which state that we're expecting above normal temperatures for the summer season and as well as spring. However, we're expecting above normal rain also for the central and the eastern parts. So this will cover the Free State, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, parts of the northwest, as well as Gauteng. So we're expecting above normal rain with La Nina. Just a day or rather a month ago, we sent out WMO, which is the World Meteorological Organization, sent out ENSO warning of saying that we are stretching about 60% of La Nina, which is above normal rain that's expected for the central and the eastern parts and summer rainfall areas. So yes, we definitely do keep farmers ahead. That's why we issue warnings ahead so that people are aware. And it's not only, remember, crops. We also have livestock. Like in areas like the Eastern Cape, it's quite cold. So if you have livestock around the area, it's good to know to keep it in a warm place, because it's not only people that feel cold.
We were talking about some of the water issues we have earlier on in the program. From what I'm listening to you there, the summer rainfalls are coming and it'll fill those dams up again.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. If you did geography, would speak of a blessing and a curse. Sometimes you have those rainy days that bring about storms, which then will be definitely causing some disruptions. But the upside of it is that it's bringing a lot of rain. And in areas where you need rain, you are happy to be in the summer rainfall regions covering the central and the eastern parts of the country. So yes, with more rain, more water, as well as obviously irrigation problems might be sorted depending on where you are. It's just the northern parts like Limpopo area that will still struggle a bit, but most of the summer rainfall area is expected to receive above normal rain.
Thank you very much, South African Weather Services forecaster. It's going to be cold, he says, but you'll be fine by Monday or Tuesday. I was going to bright tomorrow. I guess that's not going to happen. It's 5:30.
In the warming up headlines, Home Affairs offices will be open on Saturdays from tomorrow until the 12th of October for matrics to apply for and collect their IDs. The SIUs received the go-ahead from the President to probe allegations of maladministration at the David Kraipe municipality in the Northern Cape, and the EU is to lend Ukraine nearly $40 billion. More on that story and other news at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M2 in Germiston has delays between the N3 Geldenes interchange and Refinery Road. The N1 southbound in Veldvreden Park is a stationary vehicle after Bears-Nodeer Drive exit. The N1 northbound in Midrand is slow moving towards Samrand Road. In Pretoria, the N1 northbound has busy conditions at Pumalani Plaza. The N1 northbound is slow moving towards the N4 Witbank Highway, and Eskampa-Hleli Drive northbound has delays towards Mood Street. In KZN, the N3 has snow and sleet in the Midlands area reported between Escort and Howick, so please reduce your speed and drive with care. The N3 northbound in Van Renen has a crash near Van Renen town. The N2 southbound is slow moving towards Spaghetti Junction. The N2 has busy conditions reported at Tonga Toll Plaza, so expect delays. The N2 southbound queuing towards the M25 Commercial Highway, and the M25 Commercial Highway is queuing near Mandela Road. In Cape Town, the R300 southbound slow moving towards the N2 highway. The M5 southbound is slow moving towards the N2 highway. The N7 Jakes Havel Drive southbound is slow moving towards the N2 highway. The N2 outbound is slow moving towards Bunga Avenue, and the N1 outbound queuing towards Okavango Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Good afternoon again to me. Busy weekend plan.
Right, starting with motorsport, Max Verstappen has been ordered to do community service after swearing during a recent press conference. Speaking during a press conference ahead of this weekend's race in Singapore, Verstappen described his car as messed up, using the F word from setup changes during the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Meanwhile, Lewis Hamilton has criticized FIA President Mohammed Ben for suggesting that Formula One drivers sound like rappers when using swear words over team radio. Then Charles Leclerc set the pace in practice one of the Singapore Grand Prix ahead of Lando Norris and Ferrari teammate Carlos Sainz. In cricket, South Africa's women's side beat Pakistan by 8 wickets in the third and final T20 to clinch a 2-1 series win. Needing 154 to win, Anneke Bosch retired hurt on 46, while skipper Laura Fulvard added 45 to guide the visitors to victory. in Milton. Now, South Africa was using this one as preparation to the World Cup in terms of who they'll be facing. South Africa will face the West Indies on the 4th of October, England on the 7th of October, Scotland on the 9th, and Bangladesh on the 12th of October in Group B. Then moving on to football, the South African Football Association is upping the ante on the regulation of the football agents in South Africa, and this will include publicizing the names of the 30 agents who are permitted to do business in the country. This was confirmed this week by SAFA Chief Operations Officer Advocate Tebogo Motlanthe during an exclusive interview with SABC Sport. Now, the new FIFA agent system started at the beginning of last year, and to date, SAFA has had 3 exams, and Motlanthe also reveals that the clubs have already stated that they will only do business with recognized agents. Then looking forward to the rugby that is happening this weekend. The Springboks are on the verge of history as they take on Argentina in the Rugby Championship in the northern city of Santiago tomorrow. Kickoff is at 11 p.m. South African time. The men in green and gold are poised to win the tournament for just the second time in their history since the Tri-Nation became the Rugby Championship in 2012 with the addition of Argentina. So definitely looking forward to this one and wishing the Springboks well with regards to this match. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. Ke Natumi Nkgapele. Modimo ke yo.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Ziwa non-stop in the Betway Premiership. Abafana Westende have a huge task to secure 3 points, while Batabani Bantwa are ready to fight with all they have to grab an important win. This is Iporana Semzansi. Catch the nail-biting contest between Golden Arrows and Marumo Gallants this Saturday, 21 September at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Attention all caregivers of children. Are you and your children's vaccinations up to date? Vaccinations can prevent serious diseases and prevent hospital stays. Protect your little ones by getting them vaccinated. Don't wait until it's too late. Talk to your healthcare provider today about getting your child vaccinated against serious childhood diseases. Because health matters. This message is brought to you by Sanofi and the National Department of Health.
When self-made billionaire Wilton Knight rescues police detective Lieutenant Michael Long after a near-fatal shot to the face, he gives him a new identity and a new name, Michael Knight. Paired with the unique Knight Industries 2000 aka kit, they are brought in during situations where direct action might provide the only feasible solution. Kusazo Shuba and Michael Knight and Kit are ready to rise to the occasion. Channel your best retro with Knight Rider, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
No MoneyWeb market update today, but let's see what's been happening on the markets with Jamu Muyaha. Afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon to the listeners. Markets have been rather confused. They think one of the data points that was weak that would have a positive close to the market hasn't been the case. The only real session was positive Asian session. Of course, everybody first. The text.
All right, sorry, Jimmy. I just need to interrupt you. That phone line isn't great. We need to get those numbers and the figures. So maybe if you can, let's spin around a little bit and see if you can get it better. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure. That's better?
There we go. Go for it.
There we go. So the only markets that were really in the green were Asian markets. They would, of course, been trading early on today, so they would have stopped trading by about 8 o'clock this morning. If we look at some of the European markets, the end of the FTSE DAX down by 1%. The US markets are already moment.
Right,
Nasdaq down 0.8%.
I'm going to have to interrupt you again, Jimmy. We're going to see if we can get you on a different line completely, because that one wasn't working. So we're going to get Jimmy on the line. While we're talking about that, don't forget we've got opportunities towards the end of the show to give you the opportunity to have the conversation. Temba's lined up an interview, and I'd rather talk to you than do this interview, but that's between you and I. I didn't say that. I didn't say it out loud. But we'll see. Temba's going to come rushing in here now. Let's see what happens. All right, let's see. Jimmy, you there?
I am.
There we go. Much better. Go ahead.
Seems the weather's playing havoc on the cell towers as well. So, but markets had a terrible day today. Again, thinking back to all the data points that have come out this week, you'd think you'd have a better close to the markets. European markets were all in the red. The DAX, the FTSE, and the CAC 40 in France all losing more than 1% each. The Nasdaq in the US trading down 0.8%. The S&P down 0.2% at this stage. Our own local market fared slightly better. Resources, the only sector in the red, down 0.25%, but financials down 0.5%, cancelling that out, and industrials up 4 basis points, about 0.04%. The all share was up marginally, about 0.1%. The top 40 was basically flat at this point, but slightly in the green. The rand gave back some gains against the US dollar. It was sitting at around 17.52 before you and I jumped on the call. It's just come down to about 17.49 at the moment, so sitting flat from this time yesterday. The British pound is 23 rand 24 cents, a little stronger there. The euro is 19 rand and 50. 1 Australian dollar will cost you 11 rand and 88 cents. The only real mover that has been in the positive today is the gold price, sitting at $2,618, up about 1%, making new all-time highs there as well. Brent crude price $74.58 a barrel. Platinum and palladium both coming down, but palladium still above $1,000 an ounce. Platinum at around $978 there. So we're going to have to look towards next week to see how the markets dissect all of the interest rate decisions that were taken this week. The next week is almost the last trading week of the month of September, and September is typically one of the months that has some of the lowest performances. It's going to be interesting to see how we wrap up the month going into next week. There is obviously that one extra day the week thereafter on the Monday for the last day of September, so technically it won't be the last week, but a lot of the volumes might be moving through the markets next week as markets start to reposition for the last little stretch of the year. But for now, local markets finishing up in positive territory, the rand slightly stronger, and we'll take those wins going into the weekend. Back to you, John.
Jimmy, thank you very much. Plenty more business coming up with Jimmy throughout the week next week as well.
You are listening to Jon Gericke on SFM.
Okay, where are we going? Phone calls. Oh, we were going to go to phone calls. We seem to have lost our caller. We'll see if we can get Moses back on the line. Let me update you on the cricket, Salong. Afghanistan against South Africa on the go. Afghanistan batting first, 273 for 4 in the 47th over. 273 for 4. Umarzai is on 57. Unbeaten on 57. Khan is there on 2. So Afghanistan going along quite nicely. Thank you very much. The website I use gives a win probability. South Africa or Afghanistan, who's going to win? It's still tending towards Afghanistan, though. 61.54% for Afghanistan to win it. So they've still got 3 overs to bat. Let's go to Moses in the Free State. Moses, you want to talk about the stock theft that we were talking about earlier? What's happening?
Yes, exactly. We are in the Free State, the Eastern Free State, and we are close to the Lesotho border.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a serious stock theft crime across the border. And I can tell you, these Lesotho people, they have organized themselves. It's an organized crime. It has spread into the Free State, in KwaZulu-Natal, everywhere. Now, we try to combat this crime by employing the securities, but these things has gone far beyond. To an extent that now in our days they don't steal, but they come and confiscate. They don't steal; they just come to a place and harass you, shoot you, and go up.
Sure.
At the mountains here in the Eastern Free State, each and every night there is a stock theft taking place. There is an attempt. There is all these things. Now, when we report these things, the police themselves, not all, a certain number of police, They seem to be involved in these things. We have cases where we can point fingers exactly. We had one incident here along the border between Clarence and Forisbeek, where a policeman was called to come and attend a suspected stolen ship. He was supposed to be in that morning to be attending this incident, but he's told us that no, he's going to another town. He will come back later on so that he can attend to these things, because I think there were 6 ships that were kept behind the cross, unknown where did they come from. But suddenly, that the same morning, he came in immediately before he could go to that other town, and then he attended to that scene. He found the ship, and we were watching him. So he attended to the crawl, and then he went off. And then later, because I was the one who phoned him, and then after a couple hours, he phoned me to say he was at the crawls and he saw the ship. No, he didn't. He said he didn't see the ship because apparently they were released to the field.
So you're saying the police are involved in this, as our last caller did?
Yeah. So I'm just giving an example.
Yeah. Is livestock marked? Are there tags and things on the livestock?
Yeah.
So,
all the stock are marked.
So if somebody is found with sheep that doesn't belong to them, then they should be arrested, right?
They should be arrested. But you know what they do? If they realize that the stock theft or the person involved in that stock theft is a well-known criminal, that works with them, they don't arrest him.
Wow.
They just don't arrest him. They will make some plans just to get him free and then come back with life. We've got a lot of incidents. So this morning,
all right, Moses, we're out of time, but I think it's something we definitely need to take a look at. We need to raise it up higher here. We've got a new Minister of Agriculture. We've got a new Minister of Police. Let's talk to these people and see what they are planning on doing to stop this problem, because it's also a cross-border problem as well. So there's 3 departments here that are at fault, and we need to see what they can do. Thanks very much for the call. Moses in the Free State about stock theft and what is happening there. Let's take some voice notes. Let's go back to the beginning of time, almost. This was near towards the beginning of the show.
A very good afternoon to you, John. John, I'm curious here. As a young man who was born in a dawn of a democracy, I just want to ask you this question. Hopefully you will help me. Does our country, South Africa, have the air defensive systems, or in case we experience war in future? Do we have those technologies whereby we can able to shoot the missiles and the drones down? I'm just asking, John. Hopefully you will help me there. Kazamola Koza, Pretoria, Soshanguve.
I'm no military expert. I don't know the answer. Would we be able to shoot missiles and drones down? I don't know. It's simple as that. I always ask the question when people talk about the military. It's like, who's attacking us? You know, we're friends with Russia. We're friends with China. We're friends with the States. We're friends with all the power brokers. So who's attacking us? Maybe that's I'm looking at it wrong. Always be prepared is what they say. That's what millions are spent on the military just in case, right?
Good afternoon, John, and the SFM listeners. In South Africa at the present moment, we don't need to have a minister of sports. We need to have a portfolio in sports. Then we organize those sporting legends to categorize themselves in rugby, football, and check the health of players on certain sporting category. Are they well paid? How are they doing in life? Are they well equipped, well developed? We have seen how our boxers are treated. We have seen how our development players are treated in soccer. Are they getting paid well or are they abused? So we need to have a portfolio of sports of different categories so that the Minister of Sports won't to have to be under pressure because he has to do with different categories. Brian Mabai, Protea Glen. Thank you for the great show.
The problem with that, Brian, is that you can't have government involvement. So I like what you're doing. So you've got the Minister of Sports sport who's political body, and they do their own thing, and they make the laws and things for sports. And then you have this separate, independent group of individuals, as you said, legends, who are overseeing the unions. Rugby union, and there's a football, FIFA, SAFA association. Every sport has its own federation, but surely they should be the ones that are making sure the players are being looked after. That's their job. So already there are these. SAFA is supposed to make sure the players are being looked after. But are their interests more in the business side of it and therefore take advantage of the players? Interesting. Let's talk about that.
Afternoon, John. There's nothing the EFF will ever say is good or right. They just oppose only. There's nothing that they could say or can say, yes, the government is doing the right thing. We've heard them saying they won't take out their tears for Pravin Gordhan. They say it's a failure. Where did he fail? Why they can't correct it themselves? Why they don't want to be part of GNU? They don't want to be held liable. They are just failures. The failures are themselves, EFF. I think we've beaten Kruger's off.
There's a new research by the Human Sciences Research Council. The Free State Province has an HIV prevalence problem. We're going to find out why in a bit.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
The Battle of Students will produce real drama, passion, and emotions in the varsity derby. UJ have a big assignment to emphasize why they deserve maximum points. But Ama Tugs are growing in confidence that victory can add a good boost to climb higher. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Catch Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. UJ Ladies FC versus University of Pretoria Ladies FC on Saturday 21 September at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Here he comes. Hello, guys. You're so dramatic. Hey, Bo, it's not me. It's the extra styling kit. The leather seats with the red finish. It's the tow bar, all coming standard with my red Isuzu badge. Wow, now that is extra.
Why be standard when you can get the all-new Isuzu D-Max X Rider from just 8,742 Rand. Prime less 3.5%, 0% deposit, 40% balloon, and 72 months to pay. Get yours today. Finance is subject to approval. Isuzu Finance, a product of West Bank, a division of First Rand Bank Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
Becoming Elizabeth is the fascinating story of the early life of England's most iconic queen. With no clear heir, the death of King Henry VIII sets into motion a dangerous scramble for power. Elizabeth's fascinating and factual journey to secure the crown is filled with scheming, betrayal, and illicit relationships that threaten to bring forth her demise. At a time in which every man or woman of the court is on the wheel of fortune, which may take them to a position of great power one moment, or the executioner's block the next. Channel your inner royalty with Becoming Elizabeth, Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Jon Gericke on SAFM.
8 minutes to 6, according to the latest Human Sciences Research Council report. In 22, the Free State Province had the third highest HIV prevalence at 15.6%. Meaning close to 500,000 people in the province living with HIV. Also, what's concerning is that HIV prevalence in the province is higher amongst females, much higher compared to males across age categories over 15 years. Let's talk to Dr. Jon Gericke, Chief Research Specialist in Public Health, Societies and Belonging, Research Division of the HSRC, one of the principal investigators of the study as well. Doctor, thank you very much for joining us. A number of topics raised, but let's start with this prevalence that ladies are getting it more than men are.
Good day, John, and good day to your listeners. Yes, so this is a trend, throughout the province and the country, that HIV affects females much more than males. So it's not something, that's specific to the Free State province.
The fact that it's third, who's first and second? It's KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, right?
So the position since 2017 has been quite similar. So it's Mpumalanga, KZN, and it has stabilized, across these provinces. We don't expect that, for example, that Mpumalanga, which has the highest prevalence, to now become much lower, going forward, because people are living longer. So when we test people, they will remain positive. So we don't see a change in that trend.
Let's talk about some of the drivers that's happening in the Free State. And the number one, and it shocks me every time, sexual debut, you call it, before the age of 15 years. What's happening?
Yeah, so it has decreased slightly in the province. So we ask the youth 15 to 24, at what age they had sex for the first time. And everyone who indicated they had sex before the age of 15, we then, that's our definition for early sexual debut. So it has decreased slightly in the province from 14% in 2022 to 19%. But our biggest concern with the Free State province that we don't see in other provinces is that, as you mentioned, HIV has decreased slightly in the older ages. And we see that HIV is actually shifting to the older ages. But what's unique to the Free State province is that we see that HIV prevalence among the young participants 15 to 19 and 20 to 24 is actually an increase. So that means that there's newer infections occurring in this age group. In all other provinces, we see a decline in prevalence among the 15 to 24-year-olds. So that's a concerning phenomenon that's happening only in the Free State.
Do you know why?
Look, lots of effort and lots of resources are put into, because previous research have shown, especially among females, 15 to 24, that's your vulnerable group. And to have an HIV generation, you have to focus on the youth. So we had the dialogue with the department and other key stakeholders, in Bloemfontein today. And one of the issues they mentioned that there are interventions in this age group, but maybe it's too fragmented. That different departments within government and different NGOs are not working together. So this could explain why it's not happening. Secondly, the biggest concern in this age group is that we find this high prevalence among the youth, but the youth are not testing. So when you look at HIV testing, this is a group where over 50% of the youth never tested for HIV before. So they're positive, but they have no idea that they are positive.
Part of this is, as well, nearly half of the youth reported using a condom sometimes or never. This is one of the proven things that can help, but they're not. Is that an education issue?
What has also been mentioned is targeted campaigns that will focus the message on the youth. The resources and the platforms that the youth use. They feel that, during COVID, there was lots of messaging that reached the public. And that same effort needs to be, used in this province to target the youth, because clearly the message is not reaching the youth. Lots of investment is done in this population, but condom use is not where it's supposed to be. As you say, for example, multiple partners are still highest among the youth. So there needs to be public awareness and targeted at high-risk populations, especially among the youth, that we're trying to, bring the HIV prevalence down.
When it comes to testing, so if testing is a problem, are there enough testing sites and ways to test in the Free State?
Yes. The problem is that we know for a fact in most parts of the country, and it will be true in the Free State, is that testing should be done where you can find the people that you need to find. For example, we know men do not go to the primary healthcare facilities. So testing has to be diversified. There should be programs, and there are programs, but those programs, for example, at school where they do testing should be enhanced. Also, youth that's not in school, you should reach where the youth is and enhance it. So the problem is that whatever is being done in the province is not enough. So we also look at, for example, among the HIV positive youth, what's the proportion that actually know that they are positive? That target's supposed to be at 95%. So you want 95% of the positive individuals to know that they're positive. In the Free State, you have a situation where only 64% of the HIV positive youth know that they are positive. So if you don't know that you're positive, there's no way for you to be even put on treatment, So this is the problem that we're experiencing, and it's very pronounced in Free State, especially among the youth.
And are people getting the correct treatment?
Look, we have seen that treatment has improved in most provinces and in Free State. People are receiving ARV. Before, in 2017, it was at 60%. It's sitting now at 80%. The same with, we can see treatment is working because people are living longer. That is why we're seeing there's an aging epidemic in the province. We're also seeing that the viral load, the amount of virus in the individuals, that has also decreased. So that has improved. But the biggest problem is that you first need to know that you're positive. Yeah. And it seems that something is happening in the youth where that intervention needs to be improved.
I'm nowhere near youth, but I was today years old when I found out about pre-exposure prophylaxis. I didn't even know that PrEP was a thing.
Yeah, and what's good in this province is that, like in most provinces, very few people knew about it. They don't know about what this medication can do to prevent an infection. So in Free State, 34%. So just over a third of participants that we interviewed said that they have ever heard about it. So there is an opportunity to increase that awareness, that public awareness. So if you are at risk, then there is something that you can access that to prevent an infection. And then we asked the individuals in the Free State, for example, have you ever taken it? Only 5% of all people that we interviewed ever took it. But there is an indication that people are willing to take it, if it's provided. But I think that awareness of where to access it, that there is something available, is not quite clear in the province.
We got 10 seconds. What do we do now, Doc, with this research? What are you doing with it?
I think the main thing is focus on the youth. Get the youth to know their status, increase HIV testing, because that is the gateway to make sure that when you're HIV positive, you put on treatment and you have better health outcomes.
It's 6 o'clock. Thank you very much, Dr. Jon Gericke, Chief Research Specialist in Public Health Societies and Belonging, a research division of the HSRC, one of the principal investigators of the study. Thank you also to Tebogo and Vosani and Temba for putting the show together. I'm off for a week, so somebody different looking after you in the afternoon next week, but have yourself a lekker one. Be safe on the roads, keep warm. It's 6 o'clock.
Extended hours at Home Affairs and the SIU to probe a Northern Cape municipality. Good evening. Home Affairs offices will be open on Saturdays from tomorrow until the 12th of October for matrics to apply for and collect their IDs. The Basic Education Minister, Safiu Gahube, says this will ensure that matrics have access to critical identification services as they prepare for their final exams. Department spokesperson Terence Gard.
Now, this remains important as it gives life